sustainable biotechnologies, this project paves the way for profound regional transitions. It also showcases initiative pilot cases in Lesbos, Greece, and La Réunion, demonstrating the practical application of green technologies, including biogas production and hydrogen synthesis. As hosts and active participants, we are proud to contribute to this groundbreaking initiative. Through BioFairNet, we aim to strengthen Europe's position as a global leader in sustainability, aligning with the ambitious goals of the European Green Deal and the digital decade. This project is more than an academic or technological exercise. It is a testament to what can be achieved when innovation meets collaboration. I'm confident that together we will build a model of excellence that not only achieves its objectives, but also sets a benchmark for future endeavors in sustainability. Thank you for your dedication and vision. I wish you a productive and inspiring meeting, and I look forward to the milestones we will achieve together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Delle Donne. Thank you very much. So, I think I want to give the floor to Sami Autledo before, Policy Officer of the European Commission, and then Juan Pedro Castro, Project Officer, our Project Officer. I want to say thank you also to the LUPT team, because without them, this project cannot survive and cannot be built. So thank you to Maria Santoro, thank you to Monica. I want to say it before, because they are very important for us, for the team. Maria Santoro, I said, Enrica Rapolla, and Monica Spedaliere, and Armando Vittoria. Thank you very much. Please, you can sit. Dove sta? Devono fare le presentazioni. Dove sta andiamo? O lo fai tu? Sì, tu. Mettiti tu qua, così ti aiuto. My things. If you want, you can use this or this one.
Okay.
Which as you
We
prefer.
can try with this one.
Okay, as you prefer. I stay there,
first?
so I can see your slides.
The first.
No, la mía tenía no.
No
se llama.
no. This one. It's called BioFairNet. KOMSH. No es esta.
No.
Ah, okay. Sì. Okay.
Se llama así.
Yes. That one. Sul destro. Sì, sì. Credo sia questa. Questa?
No.
No, questo no.
No.
Questo. House Data. Forse è questo.
Questo è il nome del mio collega.
Ok, grazie.
Vi passo il mouse.
Ah. Ok. Grazie mille a tutte e a tutti per l'accoglienza in questa meravigliosa città e bella regione. My name is Sami Hautledo and I am coming from the European Commission in Brussels, and more in particular I'm working at the Bioeconomy and Food Systems Unit in DG Research and Innovation. So first of all, thank you to the University of Naples Federico II for organizing our meeting today, and more importantly, for taking this coordinator role in such a promising project. And as well, thanks of course, to the other members of the consortium. So, how can I... Okay, thank you. I think it is not an overstatement to say that this project lies at the very heart of our new Commission. And to show you this, I'm going to walk you quickly through the latest institutional developments in the European Commission. So, Member States in the Council agreed in June 2024 the strategic agenda. And here, for the first time, there is explicit mention to the bioeconomy and, I quote, the need to reap its full benefits as part of making a success of the green and digital transitions. In the new priorities that Ursula von der Leyen announced upon her new commission, it was clearly stated that there is a need to put research and innovation at the heart of our economy and in the new commission in order, if we are to be competitive, which I think we all want here. And projects like this show that there is full of talent regions in Europe, and we need to untap this talent. And you can see here a summary, I may say, of how the new Commission would look like, with examples of new priorities and initiatives. And as you can see, well, BioFairNet lies at the core of these initiatives and can help deliver them. I hope it will deliver them. So very quickly, you probably heard of these 4 reports, or maybe some of them. I'm not going to go into details, but I think it's important for everyone to be up to date on the thinking currently in the European Commission, because these have profoundly shaped our priorities and will be shaping our work in the coming 5 years. You have the links in any case to these reports, which have been prepared for us. And now, as well, regarding the institutional developments, it's very important to note that for the first time, the bioeconomy file is shared among 2 commissioners, which I think clearly gives a message of how this is gaining importance in the policy landscape in Brussels and Member States. Because we have Jessica Rosval, Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience, and for the first time in her name, Competitive Circular Economy, which gives already a hint on the new strategy. And on the other hand, just like the previous years, Ekaterina Zakharieva, the Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation. And here the name Startups also is new, so can give a hint of how our upcoming work in DG Research and Innovation will be focusing on. Now, let me quickly go through an outline of how we understand bioeconomy at the EU currently. So, of course, the bioeconomy comprises a plethora of sectors that you all know very well. I'm not here to explain this, but it is more than this for us. For us, the bioeconomy is a solution provider. Bio-based technologies and innovations are fundamental in the transformation to what we call a new economy of life. So this is why the EU strategy takes a holistic approach, focusing on all 3 dimensions of sustainability, so societal, economical, and environmental, and proposes a cross-sectoral policy framework for people, prosperity, and the planet. So these 3 dimensions. The 5 objectives you can see on this picture can come only by taking a strategic view on trade-offs and co-benefits. And I hope your project will be providing some tangible examples of these trade-offs and co-benefits in the bioeconomy. Now, you can see here in this slide, full of information, the latest developments of the EU bioeconomy strategy in-house. So, from the first strategy in 2012, we had an update, so a new strategy in 2018. We had, in the meantime, also a progress report. We had, very important for us, Council conclusions for the first time on bioeconomy, agreed on by Member States in 2023. We had a very successful event last year, the Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival, where a manifesto was published by our youth ambassadors. And lately we had the communication on biotechnology and biomanufacturing, which announced the new strategy. So as you can see here at the end of the arrow, end of this year we will be having our new bioeconomy strategy, led by the two commissioners I have just mentioned. So why do we need this new bioeconomy strategy? Well, as I said, we published a progress report. This progress report found several gaps in the bioeconomy strategy, so right now we are closely working with our colleagues in DG Environment for this new strategy. It will tackle this potential biomass gap between sustainable sourcing of biomass and the increasing demand we currently have and we will keep having. And we need also to offer consumers more and more sustainable circular bio-based products. On the other hand, as you have already understood, there have been many initiatives linked directly or indirectly to the bioeconomy strategy. We have the Circular Economy Act upcoming as well, under which this strategy will be published. We also have the Biotech Act being drafted as of now. We have the Clean Industrial Deal, a more general framework for this. So, as you see, there is a need for policy coherence across these cross-cutting policies, and this is where the EU strategy comes in. And finally, as you have already guessed, there will be a prominent role in circularity in this bioeconomy strategy. We expect that it will be adopted by our College of Commissioners at the end of 2025. We currently do not have an expected date, but we could say the last quarter of the year. And ahead of this, we will be publishing a public consultation. There is no specific date either, but we hope very soon, in the coming months in any case. And here I would encourage any project or any organization that has policy-relevant papers, documents, recommendations, however you call it. We will be welcoming these submissions because this will be a public consultation on Have You Say website, and anyone can submit the documents and they will be read on by our team and the contractors will be having to summarize the hundreds, if not thousands of documents we will be receiving. So, coming into the gist of our meeting today, the projects, I wanted to mention some relevant projects I have identified. So, we have Transition to Bio. This is a project closed in 2022, so it aimed already in the past at supporting this transition towards a bioeconomy through communication, education, and public engagement. So, I think this could be useful in this approach of social ownership that you will be taking in BioFairNet. We also have BioTransform. This project is finishing in the coming months, it's very soon, and aims at providing an assessment and development of framework to accelerate the transition to circular bioeconomy. And then, of course, Shaping Bio, you might know this one. It's also finishing later this year, and it provides recommendations to realize this cross-sectoral potential of the bioeconomy across regions and across governance levels. And of course, I cannot forget about Bio2Rec, from whom we will be hearing later on, so no need to explain further on this. Now, your project, from what I understand, BioFairNet aims at supporting a transition to a sustainable biocircular economy through a digital cooperative network. So, in light of the developments I have just explained and the priorities, you are working at the very heart of them. And with this, I would say, comes great responsibility. And I am here today in person because for us at the Commission, it is very important that these projects work well. This project, BioFairNet specifically, works well. So I have read your objectives, ambitions, and methodology. I look forward to receiving your policy-relevant deliverables because they are essential in our feedback to policy process. But I think having a great idea at a great time, it's not enough. You will agree with me that working in silos does not help anyone. This is why I encourage you to find synergies with other projects, past, current, and future, and join forces. One example, of course, is Bio2Rec, and I thank them for being here today. But not only, you have many other projects, not just those that I mentioned today. But also very important, please do not forget to take a systemic approach. Because what we were aiming at when we released this call is to take some steps towards transformative, let's say, structural change. So what we would like to see with BioFairNet is that you take the concept of the bioeconomy model regions forward. And I think in this case, the bioeconomy review is a great example. So this is much more than optimizing one value chain. What we really need is, well, in this case, coal mining areas and areas with intensive agriculture or livestock. They need to be profoundly transformed. They need to be adapted to a Green Deal compatible world or to a bioeconomy world, if you want. So we need to see this systemic and transformative change here in these regions. And of course, this, you well know, takes a societal change. Communities around these profoundly remodeled industries or even phased out industries in some cases, they cannot be left behind. We need to have transformative but fair transitions. So these are enormous challenges ahead of you and ahead of us, but they should not pursue us from going for these ambitious changes in our economy. So thank you very much again, and good luck in this exciting journey. I think you will count on the European Commission, and we hope to count on you to deliver on this. Thank you.
See, all these slides are shared on Teams. Yes, I don't see. Yes.
Maybe you can ask the participants.
Okay, participants. I don't know. Maybe it's a combination. Laura. Maybe Laura. Laura, can you see presentations or not?
Yes, I can see presentations, but they are.
You can see it. Okay.
Yeah, but they are upside down.
Okay.
Like you see them as in a mirror.
Just 1 second. Monica. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, maybe you can show the links I added at the end if someone.
Yes, maybe, but
They are working on
we
this.
can share
Okay.
presentations.
Yes.
So I think we can
Okay.
do this better.
While we solve this, I can maybe find my presentation.
Yes.
It would be great if we could have the presentations at the end of the meeting, or.
I think we can close this.
Is it on the desktop or not?
I don't know. Maria,
I'm going to ask.
Maria told me she uploaded it.
Yes, this is great. Leave it like this, please, the camera. It works good now.
Shall I start? Can you see the presentation?
Minimizar este backside.
Okay, shall we start? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. In this consortium, in this project, I am Juan Pedro Castro. I work for the European Research Executive Agency for the European Commission, working on Horizon Europe projects in Unit B3, which deals with biodiversity, circular economy, and environment. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, because you were successful in this last evaluation. Your project was selected because of the excellence that you demonstrated on the description of the action and other annexes, and also at the levels of ambition that you demonstrate. We have lots of hope on your project, and we hope that we can work together in making this a successful project. I'm here to basically explain some of the elements and that you have to keep in mind while you implement this project. First of all, in the Research Executive Agency, we work with 3 different programs. The main program for us is Horizon Europe, and as you can see, the funding that it represents is about 7.4 billion for your specific area, which is bioeconomy, environment, and agriculture. So it's a very big envelope, and that's why we give it also the importance it should. In this unit, B3, we work at different levels. We first work on the preparation of evaluations of projects such as yours. We work in close cooperation with different departments of the Commission, like the Directorate General for Research, Directorate General for Environment and for Climate and Agriculture. We prepare the grants, which is the contract that you have with us, by which you accept funding and by which you accept to provide and implement the project and achieve the objectives if possible. We monitor the implementation of the project, so we will be with you all through the life of the project. We make sure that the payments are executed, that the audits, which are external, so they don't really depend directly on us, but that they are executed correctly, so that the Court of Auditors can ensure the transparency of the EU funding. And we feed back to policy with results. So we are directly involved in the shaping of EU policies. So that is also why projects such as yours is relevant. In this specific case, I will be the project officer for BioFairNet. I will work together with another colleague, which will be the financial officer, looking at all the budget and how the money is spent in your specific activities. And we work in close relationship with the policy officers in DG RTD, in this case, my colleague Sami Hautledo. Of course, I will be the first contact point for you through the coordinator, and as we have already been doing, we will continue. The basis of our work is the grant agreement. The grant agreement is a project. The grant agreement was signed already by the coordination, and there were all the accessions forms that were also signed by the different members of the consortium. This is just a little snapshot of the call, the topic where you participated in. You were the only successful project funded under this call, and I just wanted to point out that you all know the challenges, scope, and impacts in this case because you were successful. But just to remind you that we expect a very close work with Bio2 Reg for the future, which will basically facilitate also your work, and which they accepted to participate today in this meeting. The grant agreement contains all your rights and obligations. There is also the work plan and the budget. There are certain things that can be changed, but in every case, please do inform us so we can assess whether an amendment to the contract is necessary or not. There are small changes which do not require this kind of legal change. The duration is 48 months. We have divided it into 2 reporting periods, which will also facilitate at the level of reviews. And just a quick reminder, when there is a payment, it takes place after the end of the first reporting period, and in between we have a small review with an external expert who will assess the documents and the technology that you have developed in the up to that point. This is just what I explained. At any point there could be an audit. As I said, it doesn't really depend on us, it's external. If the project is selected, then we will have to just provide the documents that have been produced, invoices and so on, just to ensure that everything has been done according to the grant agreement. So this is a snapshot of how the reporting works. You have to submit your deliverables at the specific dates that were set in the grant agreement and that you can see in the portal. There are some cases where a review finds that maybe the quality of a deliverable is not up to standard, so in that case we would send it back, ask for a change of the elements with the input of the expert, of the external expert. Of course, if you don't agree, there's a contradictory procedure, but we hope that is not necessary. After the submission and the check by the expert, we can approve, and from the moment when the deliverable is approved, most of the ones that are public at least, will go directly on a portal that belongs to the Commission, so there's public access to those deliverables. This is important because this is automatic. Once it's approved, it goes there, so whenever you introduce the name of your project with the number, people will be able to find this deliverable, which is public. It's also part of the aim of the project, so it's open to the public. Now, I was explaining about the review with experts. This is, I just explained this. The payment I didn't mention, but it takes place within 90 days of the request. So this is important for you to know how to distribute the funds. This is not applicable. So in case there is an amendment, anything needs to change. For instance, a member of the consortium unfortunately needs to leave the consortium, you need to inform us, and we will start a procedure to replace that member with another beneficiary that's suitable, or to redistribute the work among the already existing members. But in this case, in any case, you should just inform us, and we will see for the specific case. It will require a specific letter from the coordinator and also an opinion from the beneficiary that is leaving the consortium, because there's many cases where there's a disagreement between coordinator and member of the consortium, and we need to be informed whether this happens or not. This is just some of the examples of the kind of amendments that can take place, so change in the work plan, for instance, the duration of if you need an extension, for instance, at the end of a project, that can be granted in certain cases. The tasks between beneficiaries can change. There can be a change also in the subcontracting that you have foreseen. When the moment to actually do that specific part of the work, you might not have the stuff available, in which case you might need to subcontract part of that task. So all these things are possible. We just need to be informed in advance, and we need to approve. If this doesn't happen, this is very important, because then the cost can be rejected. And if it's rejected, it's not eligible. And if it's not eligible, you will have a hole in your budget. So that's why we like to be as much involved as possible. Very important for us is the communication, dissemination, and visibility. There needs to be always the emblem of the European Union. This is not the emblem of the Commission. In this slide you can see at the bottom, it's the emblem of the European Commission. We don't want that. We need the official emblem of the EU, which is the one that you see in the center of the page. This is regulated by a specific specific rules that you can find online, and it's also referenced in the grant agreement. The communication means that we want you to inform, promote, and communicate your activities, your project. Go to all the events where you can show what you are doing so that stakeholders are aware of what's happening, what's going on with the project, what you are achieving. And this can be done through newsletters. You can use social media. You can, as I said, do presentations. So we welcome anything that promotes the visibility of the results of your project. This is also related to the dissemination of what you are doing and the use of open science. We were just discussing with Professor Delle on open science. So we need you to use these tools and to promote them so that all the scientific knowledge that you develop goes somewhere. We don't want to just fund an action and finish and that's it. We want to use the results of your project. So that takes us to the exploitation. There are certain things that are commercially protected. This is regulated by the Article 16 of the grant agreement. If any issue comes up with the commercial value of some of the deliverables, you can inform us and we can again discuss. The key messages that we have is, first of all, we want regular and transparent communication. Up to now, that has been the case, and I hope it will continue. We want you to communicate your actions, your results as much as possible. We want you to acknowledge EU support, because at the end of the day, you were successful in one of our calls, and we are providing the funding. And people need to know what the EU is doing in this field in this policy field. We want the deliverables to be presented at the correct times, and we want also collaboration with sister projects like Bio2Reg and other projects that you might also find. And we, of course, want the project to be successful. So all this that I just said is in order to achieve the objectives of the project. We have, if you want to clarify any of the provisions in the grant agreement, this is the model grant agreement. This is available openly online. It's basically your contract with explanations on every provision. So you can check that, and if you have a question about interpretation, you can always come back to me. We also have the online manual, which is also available. Everything is in the portal, and you will have also access to this presentation. And there's certain tools that the Commission is using in order to ensure communication and dissemination. You cannot really see, I see now in the background, but this is a research, innovation, success stories, the Horizon dashboard, Cordis. The Cordis is the platform where I just told you before that all your deliverables will be uploaded and publicly available. That's where you can find them. So all these tools are available for you to use and for you also to promote in case you need with your project. And I thank you for the attention. You can follow us also on social networks as we're using them. And we wish all the best for the project. And also thank you for inviting us to your KickOff meeting. It's been really, I hope it will be a very interesting start of a project. Thank you.
Now you can stay here. You can stay with us. Then we have now a round table. So each we know someone of you I know, but maybe I think we must have now a round table so we know each other. We give a face to the names maybe we have seen on the project, and as I told before, this is very important in my opinion. Thank you for your presentations. It's a big challenge. I feel a little bit of responsibility, but we will do it. I thank you to Asia because she was very precious also in the, I want to say, also in the organization of everything. And Maria Nicola, she helps Asia too, and BioReg too, because Denise contact us before your indication. So we are working well. This is a confirmation that we are working well. So thank you. I give you the floor so you can use this to present to each other. Asia, vai. Scusami, vai. Facciamo la linea così.
Hello everybody, so it's nice to see many familiar faces. I am Asia from the University of Ferrara and I'm very happy that this was successful and happy to be here. So thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Pier Giuseppe Morone from Unitelma Sapienza. I'm leading the Bioeconomy and Transition Research Group in Rome, and we are currently working on another 4 EU-funded projects on the bioeconomy. 3 of them are funded by the Horizon Europe Cluster 6, and 1 is funded by the CBJU. So I guess there will be also opportunity to create liaison with these other projects, and looking forward for this project.
Hi everyone, I'm Giulia. I've been working with Professor Morone for 3 years more or less, and I'm a project manager, so I've been working with him on all of our projects, and it's nice to be here with all of you. I saw some of you in our calls, George, Marina, and well, I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and that's it.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Sasha. I'm also working with Pier Giuseppe and Giulia in Unitelma Sapienza. I started recently in this summer, in June, more or less. So you might not have seen me before. Very nice to meet you all. And nice to meet you.
Good morning, I'm George Manias. I'm a research director at CERT, Center for Research and Technology, Hellas. Currently, I'm leading a laboratory under the name Environmental Engineering and Sustainability. I'm really happy to be here. Well done for the organization, Marina. See you in the next months in order to, let's say, have a successful implementation of this project.
Sorry. So, good morning everyone. My name is Denise Gieder. I'm coordinator of the Reference Bio2Rec project, and I have the pleasure at 4 p.m. today to introduce Bio2Rec to you. And I'm affiliated to the Research Center Jülich in Germany at the Plant Sciences Institute. Jülich. Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastián Bonelli. I work in. Thank you. I work in SSG. This is a workers' cooperative that has operation in Canada, US, and Chile. We mainly focus in climate change action planning, including, of course, bioeconomy and circular economy. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, everyone that has been coordinating this. And yeah, I'm looking forward to support the phase where pilot projects will be included in non-EU areas. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. Hello, I'm Stergios Vakalis from the University of the Aegean. We mainly work on the pilot site 1, WP4, and I'm looking forward to meet everyone later during the dinner.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Federica Curcio. Today I'm a spectator. I am a PhD student at UNINA. I want to thank you, Professor Albanese, for inviting me today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erika Quiñones from Ecoimagination. We are a non-profit French association, and we're focused on research, development, and communication on innovation that are related with the protection of the environment and the social and cultural heritage. Happy to be here today.
Hello, good morning to everybody. I'm Alessia Rotolo, and I'm an external collaborator of LUPT, and so thank you for the invitation. I'm a European project manager since a lot of years, so it's a pleasure to be here and support you. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's very nice to meet you in person, finally. I'm Maria Nicola, and I work for the LUPT as a researcher. So thank you so much for arranging the meeting and for being here. It's very nice to meet you.
Hello, I am Maria Santoro, and I will be in the administrative staff of LUPT. Thank you, and nice to meet you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miguel Ángel López. I'm a research and development manager in a company, in a Spanish company named SATEC. So it's an ICT company. So our role in this project will be to provide of technology to all the circular and economy and green economy project.
Hello, I'm Mónica Gómez. I work with a research and development department from SATEC, and my role is more administrative and management. So thank you for the event.
Hi everyone, I am Sebastián Ochoa. I'm a research and development engineer at SATEC, and I will be working on the implementation of the platform. Also, I'm a PhD student on collective intelligence, and it's an interesting project for me, and I hope to get everything well and get the expected results. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kennedy Waweru. I come from the Cooperative University of Kenya. I coordinate research. I look forward for the piloting of the project in Africa.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Isaac Nyamongo from the Cooperative University of Kenya. I'm a researcher. I'm trained as an anthropologist. I work closely with communities, and we've been looking forward to working with all of us, particularly those in Work Package 6, where we'll be piloting work on agriculture and particularly with the dairy industry. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maura. I am a PhD student in this university. Thank you for this opportunity.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nico Zleski. I'm also a PhD student with Maura in EU policy at UNINA, and thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Letitia Della. I will work on the Work Package 5, which is a pilot installation in a small area. I thank you very much for the invitation to take part of this project, and I look forward to work with everyone.
Hello everybody, my name is Tobias Rosticek from University of Bayreuth, and together with SATEC we do most of the technical development in Work Package 3. Since we apply data-driven models and we need data from quite everyone, I will work quite intense with everyone and hoping to not spamming you too much with my need for more data. But I'm really looking forward for the next 4 years. I'm really happy the proposal got accepted and we now have a chance to realize the project.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Hermano Tortilla from University of Trento.
I'm the coordinator of the research group in Trento, but actually we are only 2 people in there, so a very small research group, and we will deal with the coordinator of myself. No, actually I was alone, now we are 2, so it's an improvement. Okay, so in Trento we will deal with social sustainability, social economy and community development. Of course, as connected to circular economy and the BioFairNet project. Okay.
Hello to everyone. I'm Monica Verlise. I'm a researcher to University of Naples, Federico II. Thank you.
So my name is Fabio Vernou. I'm not directly involved in the project, but Marina invited me, and I am very happy to be here today. Since I am an agricultural economist dealing with circular economy and mainly focusing on alternative protein, insect as food, and so aspects that, according to me, are very linked with your project. So thank you, Marina.
Thank you to everybody. So we will start. We are in time. I don't know how we did, but we are in time. That's incredible, but we're in time. So I will start with a project presentation. And this is just an overview of the project, but it's just a reminder for us of what we are going to do and to present. It is some slides to present to the policy officer a little bit in depth our project. Thank you again for your attention. So the title is Bioeconomy and Circular Economy Fair Network. This is why BioFairNet. And here we have the logos of the partners we have just seen before in the round table. We have no in the round table. I want to say to EcoImagination that this is just the logo of the day of the KickOff meeting. The logo is up to you. This is just to have something, a visual that we can use for this day. But yeah, we have to discuss. Just 1 second. I don't know. Moves. Monica, mi aiuti? Perché non va? Forse c'è qualcuno che sta scrivendo qualcosa? No. Vediamo su Teams. No. Yes, she wants to present, but maybe mi chiami Emiliano, perché giustamente si vuole presentare anche Laura. There is also Laura, she's online, she wants to present. Just 1 second, Laura, maybe if you can try to present.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Laura. Today you have Erica, who is from our team with you guys. I'm sorry I couldn't meet in person. But I would be actually your main contact point. I will be the project manager for BioFairNet. So I will be your contact point for all communication dissemination activities. So as the project officer said, communication dissemination is for all the partners. It's a very important part of the project. So please, anytime you do promote the project and you do participate to events, please contact me, send an email. We will do all the planning and so on with you. And we will organize around month 4 or 5, a meeting to process with all the planning that will be coming soon. So thank you very much.
I don't know if there's someone else online. Maybe Marco, the vice coordinator of Ermanno. But I cannot see him.
I can contact him if only.
No,
only
me and her. No, just 2. And there is also, this is yours. Mi metti la mia, mi sono un po' impedita. There is also Jerome Warren by University of Cologne University. Yeah. And I don't know why, maybe as a problem it's not online. I don't know. We try to call him later. During the coffee break, yes, I call him and maybe we can share the connection.
Marco was able to connect.
Vedi Marco se c'è? Lo puoi chiamare?
Non c'è?
No.
Se vi serve il suo indirizzo.
Vogliamo scrivergli, per favore, lo puoi chiamare un attimo, gli condividiamo il link? Lo puoi fare un attimo, per favore? Dacci l'email.
Il link io possiamo andare anche via.
Manda il link ad Armando su WhatsApp. Ok.
Lui ha un indirizzo di OX, è Marco Lomuscio, chiocciola.
L'avevo scritto ad Armando.
Marco Lomuscio, il suo indirizzo email.
Senza punti?
Sì, no, punto. Marco.Lomuscio.
Ci sono i miei telefoni là, stanno dietro.
Sì.
Eurix.
Con la X?
No, come in italiano.
Eurix.
Punto EU. Ok.
No, non sapevo quello di X.
Ah, non lo so.
Non è più X.
Sì, ma da quando da qualche giorno. Sì, adesso mi tiene, ma...
Armando, perdonami, i miei telefoni e gli occhiali li vedi da qualche parte?
Ok, allora sì,
I miei telefoni e gli
tra
occhiali,
qualche
ce la
giorno comincio a usare quello di tre. Ma puoi mandarglielo a tutte e due, comunque quello di Urix è quello.
Ok, maybe we can do so.
Sì. Ok.
Okay, now we try, otherwise I start with presentation, maybe Marco can enter later.
Mi autoinvito così I shared with them and
Yeah.
avoid having everybody wait too long.
Io gli ho scritto su WhatsApp, quindi credo che...
Posso dirvi una cosa? Se Marco si presenta dopo penso non succede niente. Okay. Okay, thank you. So maybe few minutes we will call Marco and also Jerome. We try to call him, so we will see if there are technical problems, but we go. We start and then we more suspense to meet them. So let's start, as I told you before. These are the partners. And this is the project, but you have just presented the project, so the project coordinator just explained us the project, the characteristics of the project. So the most important thing is that we have many countries involved. Italy, France, maybe I can put here, yeah, I can stay here, and you here is better, yes, more comfortable for each of us. So we have 10 university research centers and 3 companies. Countries involved are Italy, France, Greece, Germany, Spain, Kenya, and Canada, yes, you've seen before, but also Chile. We forget. Because you are Canadian for us. So, which is the background? Why Asia in particular, but also us as the idea to create a project like BioFairNet? Because greenhouse gas emissions and intensive industries, particularly in the sectors we are going to analyze, so agriculture and mining, are facing increasing pressure to transition to more sustainable practices, as you said before. So the bioeconomy and circular economy offer transformative solutions by promoting resources efficiency, reducing environmental impact, and fostering economic resilience. But which is the problem? The problem is that in many regions, in many industries, there is a lack of tools, knowledge, collaboration. So what we need is a joint effort in some regions to create an ecological transition, a good transition. So the idea is we have some lacks, we have to do something to study these lacks, and we have to do something to create a network. And we have to create an instrument that can be useful to work all together. So the main characteristics of the project are focused not only on the environmental transition, but also on social and economic aspects. And I think that it is in line with the European Commission goals, because any transition you make cannot be do without, like a silos, cannot be done without cooperation with also the communities. And so we have to consider socio-economical aspects. And the project wants to try to reduce social differences and divides in socio-economic spaces, considering the digital divide. So the transition to bio-circular economy must have two characteristics: fairness and inclusivity. And this is the part focused on the social aspects. The approach is new because we use multiple disciplines. We don't use only economics or not only engineering, but we try to fit all the experience and the expertise and the knowledge of these disciplines to create a new approach that integrates technological innovation with socioeconomic reforms. So it is a new study of research, because it is a research where we have innovation, so technical innovation, engineering innovation, artificial intelligence used for the creation of a platform, but at the same time, we have innovation by the social economic side, considering that promoting the transition must be created jointly with the stakeholders or the countries of the regions where we are going to work. So the stakeholder involvement is important, and it is important for the successful of the project, not only in terms of deliverable, but also in terms of future applications. So it could be a good practice for these regions and can be replied and duplicate in other regions. This could be, in my opinion, the main long-term objective of this project. So we try to build a sustainable model by not only environmental, but also by social side. So if we want to give some fields of action, we can see that our fields of action are bioeconomy and circular economy strategies, greenhouse gas emission reduction, stakeholder engagement and co-creation, data-driven digital tools, social and economic fairness in transition, policy and governance interaction, and business model innovation. So we want to cooperate not only with the actors, principal actors, but also with policy, governance, local government that can promote the use of this platform we will try to create a new model. So in pillars, we want to identify and assess European Union carbon-intensive hotspots, focusing on industries like coal mining, joined with bio-to-rec, and intensive agriculture, and mapping their value chains. But not only. We have, as you said before, we have to not consider only value chains, but more. We want to develop and implement a digital product that combines advanced biotechnology, digital tools, and socioeconomic strategies for sustainable transition, and we want to promote an advancement from TRL 5 to TRL 7. And we want to ensure social equity and economic viability in this transition, promoting fair and inclusive practice. So here we have environmental aspects, economic aspects, social aspects, also engineering aspects for the technique that can be used. So the project wants to support hotspots and specific value chains heavily relevant on greenhouse gas emissions industries into leaders and sustainable biocircular economy through a digital cooperative network. And how the network is considered, how is created this network? The network will be a digital platform with stakeholder engagement, where we can have maps, information, transfer of knowledge, and exchange of communication among stakeholders to support the ecological transition. The final product is the platform, and our desire is, as I said before, to close the gap on this topic between experts, public administration, policymakers, business, companies, firms, stakeholders, all the stakeholders. We have two sectors, and the process will be a co-creation process. A process where we will have continuous exchange with the stakeholders to understand what they need, how we can promote ecological transition, and this information will be very important for us to build, in order to build the platform and the model. To reduce social differences and divides. It is very important for me because I am an economist. So I think that this is one step ahead considering traditional programs. Because in general, we have engineering programs where we have a lot of very important things done, but sometimes they don't fit with social aspects. And this is a failure. Maybe I can say you something on another project on PNRR with engineers in Italy, Naples, where we have two ways and we don't meet. And I think this is it is not successful for the long life of the project. So this is, I don't know if you can see, yes, maybe it is not so clear, but you can see the first point to create the network, the first aspect will be the research. So we will start with work package 1. UNINA is the leader of work package 1. And the first point is research. We have to understand at what point we are, which is the state of the art, which are the regions could be more interesting for us. And then we will create a report, a deliverable, where we'll analyze all these aspects. We will try to identify hotspots, and then there will be an analysis by a technological point of view by Unitelma, if I well remember. Then we will have some pilots. We have some partners that that are here that will try to apply the project. Then we will have the validation, and then at the end the delivery of the products of the platform. So, which is our methodology? Our methodology tries to integrate technological innovation with social equity to be more ecologically and sustainable. And we will focus on regions. This is a repetition, but it is very important for us. And for us, it's very important that we include fair and active participation of partners, but also stakeholders in the co-creation model, new model and perspective for circular bio and circular economy. So the three pillars, we have three pillars for pathways for the impact, to evaluate the impact. The first is the knowledge. We start by the knowledge. Economical, engineering, social knowledge. Then the second pillar will be the social institutional process and co-creation, the model, and then the platform based on artificial intelligence. For the impact of the project at the European level will be the creation of a new model aiming at replacing fossil-based value chain in line with REPower EU plan. This is the explanation, this is a visual of our work plan. You can see we have 8 work packages. We will start with the first. The first work package will be, as we told before, the state of the art. So the research on and the analysis of the hotspots, and then we will design an assessment strategy, and we will cooperate with work package 2 and 3 for multidimensional sustainability assessment and digital pilots. But at the same time, we will be connected also with the 2 pilot cases, Reunion and Greece, Lesbos. Then we will have the validation and the replicability assessment within the European Union and outside. This is why we have Canadian partners and Kenyan partners. And then we will try to create a platform to use for also other regions, other projects too. Work package 7 and 8 are communication dissemination, and Eco-Imagination will apply for this, and project management is UNINA. So here you can see better the work plan. The work plan is starts with work package 1. It is the state-of-the-art analysis and assessment strategy by UNINA. It starts just now, and it will end after 3 years, and the total person for months are 68. The second work package, but we will describe more in depth during the day, will be multidimensional sustainability assessment by Unitelma. It will start in May on 5, and it will finish at 46 months. Third work package is Green Information Factory by Beirut University, starts at month 2 and finish at the end of the project, like the pilots 1 and 2 we have just said before. University of Reunion and Aegean University and CERT. You are joined together. And they will finish at the end of the project. Then the validation is work package 6, validation and replicability assessment within and outside the European Union with UNIFE. We will start at on the 31st month and finish at the end of the project. 7 and 8 start now and finish at the end of the project. Here there is a resume of the staff effort for each work plan and for each partner. So we will have a total of person months of 509, and in each work we can see the staff effort in each work package and for each partner. So control check if you if it is correct, but I think yes, I take it from the grant agreement. Okay, this is the Gantt. The Gantt is, I take it from the project, so from the grant agreement, so it is not so nice to see, but the most important thing is that black line. You have to see that black line because the black line is the report. It's the time of the report. It is the first. It is at the end of next year, to 2026. We have an explanation and we have a resume of all the deliverables we have for each task, and yeah, you can see for each work package. So remember that data, 31st December 26. We have to give the report to the project officer. Here we have only few deliverables, but key deliverables of the project by BioFairNet project. Here we can some few of them, but they are very important because they are key in order to proceed with the research. So the first one is the regional analysis report. Identify the hotspots and in European Union and not European Union regions and create a report on this. Then the second one is the assessment of the environmental impacts of the product and processes along the value chains, taking into account the two pilots. Then this is UNIFE. UNITELMA key deliverable is economic impacts assessment of the product and processes along the value chains, taking into account into the two pilots. If Pier Giuseppe agree, yes. Social impacts, then we have social impact analysis of agricultural and mining bioproducts and processes on local community, concerning among others the impacts on well-being, employment, health, and social inclusion. So yeah, we have socio-economical aspects. And UNITELMA. UNITELMA also the urbanization for green transition, design and develop a toolkit that will support stakeholders to compare the efficiency of specific technology to promote the green transition. It is also to give responsibility to the partners. So, if I forget something, please tell me. Then we have digital pilot, the Green Information Factory by Root, pilot by Aegean University, development of a process model with integrated reactions. Then pilot site operation and operational data of pilot sites collection, Reunion. and then quality assessment report by Unitelma on the validation. This could be some key deliverable. I don't know if you agree, but I think that these are very important to proceed with the research. Our milestones, key milestones, are the validation. The first is M1.5, the validation of the co-creation model, UNINA, the conceptualization of the algorithms, Unitelma, the information factory rollout by RUT, the pilot site, Aegean, but also the other partner. The construction of a pilot site, Réunion, validation results, UNIFE, interim report, and final report. George, sorry, I see Aegean, but I see you are joined.
No worries. We will
okay.
Resolve it. We will deliver it.
So these are the expected impacts and the requirements. A few minutes, but I go very fast. We have some showcased solutions. The requirement is showcased solutions in 2-3 selected coal mining regions and intensive agricultural regions, ensuring geographical coverage of different regions. And the impact will be the 2 unique and novel value chain pilots development, demonstrated and validated 2 pilot sites aims to valorize agricultural waste for the production of bio-oil and use the process of anaerobic digestion as well as assess the upgrade of the old local coal plant into the biomass gasification unit. Then the other requirement will be the development of new bioeconomy structures that generate local green growth in regions currently relying on big amount of emissions, focusing on coal mining or intensive livestock or crop production in agriculture. So we will have the impact will be the creation, the co-creation of the model. And then the third requirement is the integration and coordination between European associated countries region. And the impact will be the possibility to transfer all the informations, all the knowledge we have by the pilots, and the demonstration of the pilots' activity and platform utilization with Canada and Kenya in particular, to understand which model of social engagement and stakeholders engagement we can use to create new models of transition. BioFairNet dissemination exploitation. Our targets will be resuming policymakers and regulators, industry stakeholders, academic community, business and companies, entrepreneurial community, environmental, non-government organization and activists, local community and pilot areas, media and press. And we wish we can have other projects, we can promote other projects with partners and with other partners of other projects to create new models for the future, collaboration. So, the coordination, the last 2 slides. You have received a mail with a consortium agreement. It is a draft. We can discuss, we will discuss if you want later. George wants to discuss, I'll see. But I was expected, I want to discuss. And we will propose you in the consortium agreement a governance structure. It is a traditional governance structure as suggested by Alessia. She works with APRE, it is an Italian agency, so we don't move so much from the standards. And we propose a General Assembly, which is the the most important body of decision making of the consortium, but in some cases we have to go fast, so we need an executive board. If we need an interaction with the project officer, I think it could be a good idea. The General Assembly consists of one representative of each partner. The Executive Board consists of the coordinator and the representatives of the partners. And in general, it is recommended that we have only the representation of the work package leaders. Next steps. Today, we will discuss of the consortium agreement, because it is the first step, because we have received some funds by European Commission, so we have to give you the funds. We have to transfer you the funds to the partners, because you have to start working. We have to launch all the initial steps of the work plan. We have to develop the data sets and frameworks that will guide us in our project and our effort moving forward. And I think when we discuss of artificial intelligence, we must be very careful with ethical and security aspects. So we have to consider also this, because it is very important. And when we talk with stakeholders, I think stakeholders must be sure that their data are safe, there are not ethical problems, that there are not cyber attacks. So in my opinion, this is very important. Thank you for your attention. If you want to have a copy, to you, to all the project partners. So, in your bag, there is a bottle. You can take water. There is a machine. We are sustainable, because this is not machine in the bottle, but we don't have water in the bottle, but it's a machine where we take the water and you can use it. But now there is a coffee break, so there is also water there. Thank you. To the online friends and partners, I want to say see you in a few minutes. We will start at 11 o'clock. Take this virtual coffee with us.
Thank you.
Let's start. Sorry, some little bit of technical problems. Sorry. So if you want, we can continue. Please sit down. Online partners, can you hear me? Laura, are you there? It's not there. Maybe, can you check if Laura is online? Laura non c'è la canzone. But also in Greece, Laura non c'è. Neck also in Greece, right? Okay, I think we could start. There is something here. I don't see. Okay.
C'est longtemps. et aussi donc, ce qu'on a fait, le changement majeur qu'on a fait entre le coaching V1 et le coaching V2.
Laura is here. Jérôme? No? Marco?
Marco actually told, yesterday told me he's ill, he has a fever. No, it's okay. He's not able to.
Okay. So, okay.
Great.
Okay. So let's start with the second part of our meeting. So we will present and discuss each work package. I'm sorry for you, but you have me for another time. I have another presentation, and this is the presentation of the work package 1, the state-of-the-art analysis, and the lead is LUPT Center, University of Naples, Federico II. I apologize for the late beginning for our online partners. We have coffee, you not, so I'm sorry. So this is which is the project team. Just few names, the initial names, but we have a lot of other persons that I hope will work on this project. For the University of Naples, Federico II, there is me, Marina Albanese, University of Ferrara, Asia Guerreschi, University of Trento, Ermanno Tortilla, and University of Cologne, Jérôme Warren. Which is the main goal of this work package 1? I take just the objectives we have in the grant agreement. This package involves an analysis of the current state of coal mining and intensive agricultural regions around Europe, as well as mapping the best practices for other regions, already exploring solutions towards a greener and just transition. This is what we have declared, we have said during our meetings, and we have in our grant agreement. So this first package, work package, is the foundation of BioFairNet because we want to deliver actionable insights, frameworks, practical tools to support the ecological and economic transition of GHG intensive regions. An overview. We have 5 tasks in this work package. The first one, I don't know, yes, you can see, is the research and hotspot, the research and the identification of the hotspot in the European Union regions and those in non-European Union regions in the consortiums. So we have to define hotspot regions and identify key stakeholders. We will go in deep later. This is just an overview. The second task is focused on the business model analysis. So it was complete. It want to complete the task 1, and we want to analyze business models. The third task is the identification of existing toolkits. The task 4 is focused on workshop and interaction with the stakeholders. So workshops from the identified hotspots. We will prepare some focus group. We can create some labs. We must decide what we want to do. The last task is the construction of co-creation model. It is the culmination, the end, the product of all the work package 1 activities. Which is the methodology we want to apply. We want to map all the stakeholders and hotspots definition first. And then we have to, when we have mapped the definitions, we can identify agricultural and mining hotspots. Maybe also Bio to Reg can give us the experience of this project. And so I would like to work with you to decide, in order to understand the characteristics of some regions in the European Union, because your project is focused on that. Then we have to identify the stakeholders. We need to describe the state of the current business models. We will try to evaluate the existing toolkits related to the transition. We want to map the policy implementation across countries and analyze transition to circular economy strategies. And then the last one will be the co-creation of a stakeholder-driven model. And I repeat, it's very important, this social part for the project by my side. The tasks, we go more in deep. In the task 1, we will make an extensive research to identify hotspots in 3 European Union regions and 2 non-European Union regions, focusing on both traditional and bi-circular value chains. We will analyze regional industries. Potential areas for sustainable transformation will be defined, identified, and analyzed. And we will evaluate current practices to understand the highest potential for change. The expected outcome is a report on the state of targeted regions, a list of identified hotspots, and strategic insight for the project. Task 2, business model analysis. The objective here is to analyze extending business model within the identified regions, focusing on their sustainability. This task will review current practices, identify gaps in sustainability, and define key data needs for transition. The results include an analytical framework for transforming business model and set a criteria, and define a set of criteria and data for the sustainable transition. 3, toolkits. Here, in this task, we want to identify and evaluate existing toolkits that can aid in transition to bi-circular economy in sectors we have identified. So we will use existing methodologies, but we will consider also the relevance and effectiveness, and we will identify areas for new development. The outcome of this task will be the review of existing toolkits and recommendation for the adaptation of them or development. In this case, we want to use also the studies on the citizen science and citizen analysis. 4, workshop with stakeholders. So we have identified the hotspots, we have identified the models, we have identified the toolkits. Now we have to have a deep exchange with the stakeholders. So we will organize some workshops with the stakeholders from the identified hotspots to understand their needs and perspective on the bio-circular transition. So we will have the discussion on the challenges, the opportunities, and for us will be very important their feedback for transition strategy. Because transition, if it is from up to down, is not effective. It has no life. We must consider also what stakeholders give, the information they give to us to implement a good and model that have a long-term characteristics. The outcome will be a deeper understanding of stakeholder needs and valuable insights for strategy development. 4, creation model. The creation model, co-created model. The final task is to develop a co-creation model based on research findings and workshop results. So we will analyze data, we will develop a model that incorporates stakeholders' input, validating this model with stakeholders and experts. The expected results is a model and a framework for involving stakeholders in the transformation process. Here, it's very important, the social aspect. Each task is designed to build towards BioFairNet's goal of transitioning GHG-intensive regions to sustainable biocircular economies, laying the groundwork for practical and sustainable solutions in these regions. And we will consider, in particular in this task, cultural, territorial, very important aspects of the regions we will analyze and the hotspot we will analyze, and the impacts of the value chains differently, adapting more these models and these instruments, this toolkit and this analysis to what we have the information we have from the feedbacks. So our practical toolkit will be the direct investigation, the sampling, and we make some forms to understand which are the most important aspects for them in transition, business model assessment, and of course, workshops and focus group. Maybe some labs if we want. So this is the general overview of the WP1. We have the task 1 will be led by UNINA with Unife, Unitrento, University of Cologne, and we start now. Then we will have the task 2, the business model analysis, with the same partnership, but we will start a little bit later at month 4. Then task 3, we will, sorry, I'm talking too much today. We will identify existing toolkits by Unife from 10 to 12. This is the month, these are the months. The task 4 is workshop with stakeholders with UNINA, with Unife, in the same period, but we will finish, we start on month 10, but we will finish 2 months later, 14. And task 5, construction of co-creation model, with all the partners involved in the task, in the work package 1. Of course, we will start later on month 12, and we will finish for the first part at 18, month 18, and then we will restart at month 32 to finish month 36. So see, this is the timeline with the tasks. Here you can control, you can check in particular partners involved in this work package. You can see that we start and we will finish on December task 1. We will start the 2nd in April, the 3rd in October, and we will finish these 3 tasks by the end of this year. So we have to decide our timeline. Then we will start in October of this year the task 4, and we will finish on February 26. And then task 5, we have 2 slots, as I said before. And we will finish our work on this work package by December 2027. Our deliverables. The first one is a regional analysis report, and will present a detailed analysis of the regions involved in the project, analyzing the project, focusing on both traditional and biocircular value chains. And then deliverable 2, sustainable transition business model framework. And in this case, we will outline a framework for analyzing and transforming existing business model within the identified hotspots. Milestones. Milestones 1 will be related to the documentation of workshop outcomes, evaluation of feedback mechanisms, data processing and reporting. And milestone 2 is concerned the validation of the co-creation model. So we will have an expert review and endorsement, approval documentation, stakeholder involvement in validation. Next steps for us. Define the work plan for each task. Hermano, Asia, and Jerome. We have to refine the timeline for each task, and we have to define the task of each partner involved in the work package 1. So we will have some internal meeting. So that's it for the first work package. Maybe if there are questions, discussion, we could maybe take some time later to discuss all the tasks and the interaction among the tasks a little bit in the afternoon, maybe when we have next steps, maybe. So I give the floor to Esha and George of Unitelma, I have to say now. I'm sorry, I never.
From Unitelma and CERT.
CERT, yes. And CERT, but starts Unitelma, and then George, I think, will continue. So we have to take your little slides. Take it. Double coffee for you, because I forget.
We have plenty of time to learn good.
Only the corona.
Ragazzi, devo prendere un attimo la VP2, mi serve la VP2. Dove sei? Non apre.
Scegli, dobbiamo.
No.
Tasto destro.
Ok.
Emiliano, se io le do il mouse. Thank you.
Nice stickers.
Many stickers.
Silenzi tu.
What?
Here?
Ah, perché col mouse.
Okay.
Okay.
Never mind. I don't think so. Però se silenzio non serve.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, my name is Asha, and I will be presenting the work package 2 with my colleague George Vanias from CERT. So work package 2 is the multidimensional sustainability assessment, and Unitelma will be coordinating. The CERT will be a very strong partner and the lead of a few of the tasks. And we have our partners, Beirut University, University of Aegean, University de la Réunion, and University of Ferrara. So the main goal of the work package 2 is to evaluate environmental, socioeconomic, and economic dimensions to have a holistic approach. And we will do this by quantifying the environmental impacts, evaluating the economic sustainability, analyzing socioeconomic impacts, and developing a decarbonization toolkit for stakeholders. So taking a holistic approach. The deliverables and the timelines are, so we will be starting in this in a few months, so by month 5, with our stakeholder analysis and life cycle assessment as well, and then following the life life cycle costing and social life cycle assessment. So you can see here an overview. We have different phases: the stakeholder engagement and criteria assessments and methodology application, and then we will have the deliverables will be 3 reports: an environmental LCA report, economic LCC report, and a social LCA report, as well as the decarbonization toolkit and a policy brief, which is so we will come back to this later on. I will give the floor to my colleague.
Thanks a lot, Asa. Well, the primary focus, the primary goal of task 2.1 is on assessing environmental impacts such as climate change, resource use, and emissions. So for that reason, we are planning to utilize CIMAPRO software with the available databases, for example, EcoEvent and AgriFootprint. Also, this is an issue that will be discussed during the implementation of the project. Probably we will use the data sets that will be gathered from the pilots, from Tobias and so on. Despite the fact that in the grant agreement, the designated partners for contributing to this task is Beirut, Aegean and Réunion, I think that all of the consortium should, let's say, support us in order to co-define the system boundaries and the analysis that will be performed. To cut a long story short, the ultimate scope of this task is to compare the use of innovative biotechnologies in the course of a BioFairNet project to convert, let's say, agricultural byproducts and secondary materials into agricultural and energy inputs with existing practices. Let's say that we will assess the base case business as usual scenario along with the scenarios that will be developed in the 2 pilots. Next slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. As you may see, we have 2 pilots. Later on Work Package 4, this will be discussed more in more details. Pilot site 1 in Lesbos, Greece, where along with Professor Vakalis from Aegean University, this will be also to be discussed during Work Package 4. We're planning to assess, let's say, the PV-assisted hydrothermal carbonization and pyrolysis technology. We are planning to identify the hotspots of this value chain of this technology, and furthermore, let's say, shift to Réunion, the anaerobic digestion technology in order to produce hydrogen and methane. Also, there we will be identify the existing hotspots, and probably we will propose some alteration in order to be more sustainable and more, how to say it, more sexy for business purposes. Okay, allowing the expression.
More appealing. Maybe.
Yeah, more appealing. Yeah. So that's from my side about task 2.1, and we will come back to this during Work Package 4. Asa.
Thank you. The task 2.2 is the life cycle costing, and it evaluates the economic sustainability and considers investment, operational, and life cycle costs. And by integrating data from the pilot sites, LCC compares cost with traditional systems and ensuring a cost-effective transition strategy. A sensitivity analysis helps to optimize the technology scales and inform stakeholders of investment opportunities. Task 2.3 is the social life cycle assessment and is led by Unitelma. Sorry, I forgot to say that task 2.2 is led by Unitelma with a strong support from CERT. Task 2.3, social life cycle assessment, it systematically analyzes the social impacts and following ISO 14040 guidelines, it uses stakeholder approach to assess health, well-being, and job creation, among others. Data from interviews, surveys, coupled with tools like CIMAPro, hotspot database, it ensures the evaluation of both positive and negative impacts, negative socioeconomic impacts and effects. So we have, there's a 4 iterative phases of a social life cycle where we will focus on the goal and the scope, the social life cycle inventory, which is a list of indicators that will be used, and social life cycle impact.
So, thank you, Asa. Well, task 2.4 we have envisaged during the proposal writing, along with Professor Vakalis, to the development of a decarbonization toolkit, let's say, a toolkit that, allowing the expression, is a kind of a decision support tool to guide stakeholders, policymakers, industry players, and or local authorities towards sustainable practices in energy transition. So the primary focus of this task is the development of a toolkit, a robust toolkit that will use data from technology efficiencies, helping us, let's say, to benchmark the performance of various technologies implemented at the pilot sites. Furthermore, we are going to utilize algorithms for CO2 monitoring and decarbonization strategies. And the CO2 monitoring data system used in the pilot sites that I think Tobias will develop, we envisage to integrate it also in this toolkit. Okay, it's a very ambitious approach. We want to develop a very solid, a very concrete, robust toolkit. At this point, we know how this will be involved in the project, but we are missing up to now the architecture, let's say, the technical specifications behind this. So this is a matter of discussion and co-design among the consortium. But let's say the ultimate goal is to be a practical, user-friendly toolkit which will promote a sustainable data-informed decision-making system. Again, I give the floor to Asa. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you. So we have wanted just to highlight a few project risk and mitigation measures, because this is something we can all contribute to. So we envision that we may have a low stakeholder engagement, and we'll try to mitigate this by using a strong communication throughout the project lifecycle, also with the other work package leaders, where we have some data interdependencies. We will exploit networks to ensure stakeholders' motivation and engagement. to address this. And we have another concern for risk, which is lack of accurate data. And we will try as much as possible to have a comprehensive data collection across demonstration sites, pilots in work package 4, 5, and activities in work package 3. So we will happily coordinate with the work package leaders on this. And then we are also anticipating delays in data collection. And to mitigate this, we would try to mitigate the gaps through literature review and secondary data. And of course, with a strong coordination with the work package leaders, we will also ensure quality control procedures and review validation of data. Yeah, so that's it for work package 2. We would like to give you the opportunity to raise any questions you may have.
Allow me to say that probably we will need to have discussions during the implementation, that some alterations in terms of deadlines, milestones, some corrections related to the more smoothly implementation. So probably today we will start the discussion, but individually probably we have to also co-decide some alteration on the GA.
Exactly, yes. We need to, it's coming to the next.
Oh, sorry.
No, please. Was there any questions, any other comments or questions? Please.
Yes, actually, if I may, I have a question about the first presentation, package 1, because in the model you mentioned, the cooperation model, I didn't really grasp what type of output is it. Is it a platform, or what is it exactly that you mean by the model?
The model is, the co-creation model is the platform. We will use the platform to share informations.
The digital platform?
Yes, but we have to decide, we must discuss now how to work on it. So we don't have an idea. We want to analyze the literature, we want to analyze the reality, and we want to understand which is the best solution for the model. But the platform would be the output, but the basic ideas related to the creation of the hotspots that we can have from the feedback by the stakeholders during the workshop will be the most important point from which we can start to design the model and then apply it in the platform.
If I can add, that's why you have a task that is repeated twice at the end of the project. Because the plan is to get the baseline of the entire project. Then say we have just the informational, we need to update it, we need to test it out. We need to test it out outside the EU and within the EU. And then you say, okay, does this make sense again? We go back to the same people and say, does this make sense to you? Therefore, the final product has been technically tested twice.
So this co-creation model is kind of the basis of the plan?
Yeah. The co-creation is very important in our opinion, because maybe we can some variables that traditionally are not considered when we build some models. And in this case, we can have a feedback from the stakeholders during the workshops or during the pilots, and then we can understand how we can correct our model or include new variables that are not considered, because the models sometimes are far from the reality and a model doesn't consider all the important things and variables for all the stakeholders.
I think we also consider digital divide. That's very present with the EU as well. The fact that there are already a lot of digital products. Why are they not working? One question, if they're not working. So that's also acknowledging these limitations on the side. Maybe potentially covering those gaps so that we don't make something that farmers are going to say is not really fit for us.
Maybe no knowledge to use platforms, or not digital devices also, because old people maybe are not able to do something. So we must think about how we can work on that.
And just very quickly, when you also mentioned the workshops, is this taking place with stakeholders? Is this taking place in the pilot site or also elsewhere? Because this is before the pilot, right? So,
In the pilots, in the pilot, but also not only in the pilot, I think.
I strongly support Marina
Yeah.
on this. Probably
Yes.
we will need to have an ongoing process,
Yeah.
an ongoing interaction with the stakeholders, because at my understanding, we also need in work package to some details, information and data from the community.
Yeah.
And also during work package 4, okay. So probably we will establish
What we didn't decide still. This is the reality.
But that's why a lot of the tasks are bilateral. They happen at the same time.
That's the meaning of this meeting also, to fine-tune our actions, okay?
Yeah.
So
To exchange information and strategies and decide next steps.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, thank you. So as my colleague mentioned, we would like to sit together and maybe review the timelines and see
Yes.
if they're aligned with the different work package leaders. And yeah, so planning with involved partners. Thank you so much.
Maybe we can discuss this during next steps.
Yes, exactly. We have some prepared questions,
Yeah.
so we could maybe sit already during this following section. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Now we have 3.
I think Jerome is connected. Can you just check the question here and see if Jerome is connected?
Jerome is here?
Yes.
Fate entrare Jerome. Marco si è presentato. C'è? No.
Jerome non si è connesso.
Ti vengo a salutare.
Jerome non c'è.
Jerome c'è?
Sì.
Jerome? Are you there? Just 1 second, we search the presentation, and maybe Jerome can present himself.
No, the screen is avvio, 2 screens, yeah.
No, aspetta, questa è la tua Sì, no, è il mouse che... Allora, adesso abbiamo VP3, giusto? Sì, sì, dico, ora tocca il VP3.
Sì. Can I have a PowerPoint? Yeah, because I have some animations and they will not work in the PDF, so this one, yeah. Okay. Okay, works. Okay, so hello everyone. Miguel and I are presenting the start or the structure of Work Package 3, the information factory for a green and just transition. So, University of Bayreuth is leading the work package, more detail the Department of Engineering, Design and CAD. And we are strongly supported by SATEC, and both of us will lead basically all tasks within this work package. And as I said, since we rely heavily on data from everyone, everyone is involved more or less. More intensely, of course, are involved the owners of the 2 pilot sites, because those are the areas where the data is generated. but also all of our models or platform will build upon the results obtained in the first 2 work packages. So we kind of rely on everybody to do our work, and so we strongly believe that everyone will finish his tasks on time so that we can do our work on time. At a glance, what do we do in work package 3? We can divide it into 3 steps. We have, of course, the green information factory and the collaboration among the consortium and with the stakeholders. We have a point of data collection and validation, and then at the last step of a work package, the BioFairNet platform, FM, CSS, and model development. So for the first point, we want to develop a holistic methodology incorporating the inputs from the LCA, LCC, and SLCA, and pilot sites. So basically, we have to incorporate the inputs from work packages 1 to 5, which is a bit challenging, and therefore also is kind of reflecting in the task structure that in basically the first year we have to bring everyone on the same page. What components do we actually include into the platform, and what components are either technical not feasible or not feasible given time or financial restraints. Further, we focus on low-tech solutions to tackle the digital divide, so that our objective is basically to have an application or platform you can assess web-based. So let's put it in simple words, everyone with a smartphone should be able to use the BioNet platform or the Green Information Factory afterwards. For data collection, we want to make research on open hardware measurement stations. We had some previous pretty good results here at our department, where we could cut the costs by about 90% for gathering relevant process data, which will also contribute heavily to a more just green transition. And of course, it is key for the data collection that we evolve a common protocol to ensure high quality data. So this is going to happen together with both pilot sites and the validation sites outside the EU have to stick to the model we have developed here, or are also involved in the discussion earlier, because this is a prerequisite to use the model straight through the project, because if we have in the end in the validation side a use case or a pilot where we have completely different data types or formats, we cannot use them with the models used or developed or trained. And of course, we want to publish everything open source, so contribute to open science here, as well as the code, the training of the models, and also the final models ready to use, also to widespread the technology and the results efficiently. The platform for data management and analysis is then basically the last step by the F and CSS, so the fast and continuous smart supervision system will provide real-time data, which will be very helpful for the sustainability and for the life cycle assessments. So this is something we want to do in particular at pilot site 1, as we discussed with George and Stagios, because we will be earlier ready to produce something on their pilot site than La Réunion, and so we get data earlier, which will be efficiently also for work package 2. While we have then also the prediction models we want to use to predict greenhouse gas emission anomalies, and here we use hybrid approaches, meaning where possible we combine common physics laws with data-driven approaches. Or to put it in very simple words, physics works quite well for spheres in a vacuum, and the data-driven approaches add the real-world context to it. And by combining both the pure physics on paper with the data-driven approach, we are quite confident that we create models which can reflect the reality quite well also in this case. The structure reflects in 6 tasks we are going to do in general. Most of them are starting very early. So the first one is the identification of the components included into the information factory. It is very important that this task start early, because if we are too late and the other work package have decided on some key components which we cannot realize or are not technically feasible for us, it is kind of a mismatch. So we have definitely to avoid it and start to talk with everyone about what we can include very early. Also, while the pilot sites are constructed or built, we have to start our open hardware concept development, also to decide here which sensors make sense to replace, or where is a low-cost approach at least possible, and where not, where is it reasonable, where not, and so forth. This will then take, of course, some time, because the approach is to be installed at both use cases, and in both cases also very relevant for capturing data. The next 2 tasks, I think Miguel can summarize better than I.
Yeah, well, about task 3.3, we will develop a new kind of supervision system that we name fast and continuous smart supervision. This is a very different kind of supervision system. It's a software, of course, that not only monitoring a system, for example, a pilot who is producing a new kind of biofuel with a specific process and with devices specific for this task. We try to analyze in real time all the data monitored, and not only detect possible anomalies in the system, but predict the system, these anomalies in the future, and send continuously the information about what is happening in the system and why is happening that. This is the most important thing. This fast and continuous smart supervision is based in a methodology of software process modeling. So we will additionally try to adapt this modeling in order that could be used at the same time to define the software that supervises the system and the process, the high-level process. So this is the summary of this task. Second one, for me, is the most important, BioFairNet digital platform. In this case, we propose not a common data platform. We propose a information factory. The difference is that an information factory not only receives rare data, receive also information in form of documents, documents about, for example, what kind of process can be done in a zone of a country, or what kind of products do you use to produce biofuels or biocarbon, etc. Well, we not only will cover all the data and document process from the gathering to the distribution of information. The system will include a lot of functions, I would say, in order to analyze the data in an intelligent way. We will try to combine data, document, users, and the knowledge of different users to produce new information and to reuse this information in new processes. Well, I go with the
oh yeah, maybe last one.
Okay. Well, the last one that SATEC lead, the last task that SATEC leads is the information factory assembly. In this case, we will try to develop the toolkit that will be used for as much as user possible. No? The final interfaces and toolkit for the users. This is, so it implies to assembly and integrate all the components of the platform and then offer the final tools to be used.
Okay, thank you. And within this information factory is of course also the prediction and assessment models, which will, as I already mentioned, rely on the results of the first two work packages and are developed continuously with the pilots, respectively with LCA and SLCA analysis. We should be ready right before the validation phases outside the European Union begins. Yeah. But maybe we will be 95% ready when validation phases begin, so we have to fine-tune them a little bit afterwards, but let's see. Okay, so basically with these objectives and deliverables, we aim to provide an advanced data platform to the consortium to manage both data and information, which is a very important point here, and this is of course then related to the green transition and of course ensures the success of the project. Speaking about the project, unfortunately I have an older version of the perf chart, but never mind, it's just that Echo is not here yet. We are kind of in the center here, and in the first phase of the project we have a very strong link with the pilot work packages, so 4 and 5, and also with work package 1 and 2. So basically we have to look at the pilots, what can we measure, what can we analyze in the pilots, and we have to take a look at the other two work packages, what are they going to analyze, what are their needs, and how can we combine this with the possibilities the pilot size give to us, and then try to merge it into a model or into this information factory. The information factory is trained on pilot case 1. This is where also the FM CSS model is to be installed. The model is then tested and fine-tuned in the second pilot case on La Réunion, and afterwards the model is transferred to the validation work packages, where no fine-tuning occurs anymore, but just an evaluation and an assessment of its efficiency, and its practical applicability also in other scenarios. A short overview of what data we need and how the data is transferred between the work packages. So basically the ones, so in this case we just say it's we have understanding on what data from the first two work packages we build on. Then continuously with work package 4 we have an inflow and outflow of, on the one side, requirements for the pilot set, of course data sets for the training and testing, and prototype for evaluate our models. This is what they give as input to us, and output from work package 3 is an open hardware measurement system, the FN CSS system, and the data-driven models to predict and assess final product quality and some other sustainability measures And this is the first prototype of a green information factory happening in work package 4. For the second pilot in work package 5, it's quite identical. Here the outcome is basically the updated green information factory, which is then transferred to the validation work package in work package 6. And here we give our concepts for the open hardware system, how to concept an open hardware measurement station, how to realize it, and hope that it can be transferred quite easily and quite good. And also a finalized green information factory and its evaluation is what we have as output from VP3 went to the last work package, to the validation work package. Talking about the timeline, I already indicated that quite a lot of the tasks are starting right now. So yeah, in the near future, so 2 or 3 weeks, we will reach out basically to everyone to identify the components we have to include. We would start with very small one-to-one meetings, because if we invite everyone at once in a meeting, it will take about 12 to 16 hours, and I'm quite sure nobody has time for this. When we have a first clue or the first idea on what components it's going to end, we start with a conception of hardware measurement stations, also when in alignment with advancement of the 2 pilot sizes in work package 4 and 5. And then, yeah, also in the summer, the 2 very large tasks of the BioFairNet platform and the fast continuous supervision model are starting, both running then for quite a long time, which is necessary because we are developed alongside with the pilots and with the analyzers, and will be updated then also iteratively. Which also means that the rollout, so the second deliverable in month 24 is a beta version with not all functionalities included yet, for sure. And the final one is when outrolled 2 months before the project ends, or later on, so that it can be evaluated and assessed in the validation work package, and we have then our final result ready. So basically that's it. As a starting point for work package 3, we have 2 more weeks to take a deep breath, and then we start running, and we'll never stop until the project ends.
Just related to the task 3.4, the BioFairNet website, I don't know if it's going to be an external platform, the digital platform, it's outside the website. Is it going to be an external part, or?
Well, yeah, the final goal is to provide all functionalities, and maybe it's a good idea to put in an external web. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, but
yeah.
But do you know? I think that at the beginning we will need to control the access, also control the number of and what kind of users with, for security.
Yeah. So, but it has nothing to do with the project website, what we are doing.
Okay, so we don't need to plan it in the construction of the website. Eventually, at the end, it will be linked back to the website, but it doesn't have to be.
Exactly. Just,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You are changing slides, but maybe I want to give the floor to Warren Jerome to present himself, and to Marco.
Marco non sta
C'era?
C'era? Si è riuscito a mangiare? Ok, perfetto.
Alla febbre alta.
Sì,
Okay,
sta bene.
so Jerome, are you there? silenziato, vero?
His microphone
No,
is
no,
not
no.
working. Maybe he can chat.
Jerome, can you hear me? Yes? Do you want to introduce yourself? We have a round table before.
His microphone doesn't
Sì, suo microfono.
Your mic doesn't work. No, è il suo che non funziona. We try? No.
No, è un problema.
È un problema suo. Ok. So let's continue. Sorry, Jerome, we will try later. We try to solve this problem because we cannot hear you. Is muted. No, him.
Yes, yes, yes.
You are mute. Can you check? I didn't mute you. You have to do something.
Yeah, I think you just need to unmute your microphone. Jérôme, no?
That doesn't work. Okay, let's try later. Maybe Marco is a fever. He cannot solve. So who is not here is a problem. I'm sorry. So
or maybe
now,
I don't know if you're using some kind of disposal to listen to the conference. Sometimes when you're listening with something that doesn't have a mic, it doesn't work after.
I think it's okay. Maybe we can try later. So I think we can continue now. We have the presentation, the work package 4 and 5, the two pilots.
Yes.
With the CERT, the first one,
Yes.
is work package 4. I give you the floor to you, George.
Many, many thanks. I'm really happy.
If you want to say, you can move here if you're
Yes, we will need this for sure. I'm very, very happy that I'm in the same panel with my strategic partner and a very good friend of mine, Professor Sterios Vakalis, where we co-leading Work Package 4. It was a strategic decision during the proposal writing. Since we have many common research activities, our initial idea is, since Sterios is located or used to be located in Lesbos, to co-design an existing infrastructure that Sterios had and to, let's say, adjust it in the BioFairNet scope. And so we decided to call it this work package. I will pass the floor to Sterios to present the overview of and the notion of the pilot that we have envisaged. And at the end of the presentation, we have some remarks and issues that needs to be discussed for more smooth implementation of the project. So, Sterios, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. It's also a good opportunity that we have the Commission with us. We also have Marina, very important. So, what we're going to tell you today is mostly a story. We're not going to tell you every single detail. The idea is to explain you why we decided to do this specific thing, how we collaborate very well with the excellent things that we heard before from Tobias. You will hear some things also from Jon later about the other pilot side and how all of us interconnect. So there is a whole conversation to be made about how to treat bio-waste that they're not of high quality. So what really happens usually is that we are designing frameworks and we are putting arrows that go to other arrows and other boxes, but in the end of the day, do the processes really work? And in this situation, actually, it's a nice story that I'm going to tell you, because the Commission has supported us with 2 previous projects that we were able to slowly develop technologies that can go beyond the conventional situation. So what we have done is we have developed and have elaborated a lot a process that now is very well known, but at the time it was not that much, that is called hydrothermal carbonization. Because what you will see with a lot of bio-waste, they have a lot of water, and it's not very easy to utilize conventional systems. But what you will see today is something that it has been designed for the first time. We go well beyond the state of the art, and we are developing something that we believe has a lot of potential for this project, but also for other projects in the future. So what you will see today, we call it hydropeer. We named it like this. Is that the addition of pyrolysis and of photovoltaics to the operation of a hydrothermal carbonization reactor. This previous reactor that we see here has been developed in the framework of the project, the Horizon project 0PM. It is a pilot unit that has been operating, and in September we actually have a workshop in Lesbos Island that will be showcasing the operability of this pilot plant. You will actually see pictures later. So, George, if you want to have a couple of words for your team and this Earth.
Very, very briefly, along with me, two PhD candidates will be around the project from our side, Lefteris Melas and Ms. Maria Batsiula, along with Sterios, with your team.
Yes, yes. Both Dimitris and Georgi are PhD candidates that have already publications on the general field of hydrothermal carbonization, and we're very happy that we'll have them along the project. So we are the University of the Aegean. We are an islandic university. We have 6 different islands and 18 different faculties. And Lesbos is the 3rd biggest island of Greece. We have 11 million olive trees. Olive oil production is a huge industry for our island, but also other agro-food industries. We have the production of cheese, and we also have wine and the famous ouzo, which I look forward to share with you in future workshops. So the situation is that we want to have, because there is a lot of conversation of how we're going to establish not only technologies, but also networks with local stakeholders. And there's a very big effort from our side to connect with the producers of olives, and also to follow all the different chains of this feedstock. So we start from the olives, but in the end we have also not only the production of olive oil, but also the wastewater that comes from this. It's a huge situation, a huge problem. And when you have a high quality biomass pellet, you can do whatever you want. When you have the prunings from olive trees, or you have the kernel from the olive that stays after the oil production, what are you going to do? And for this situation, we actually use this technology. I'm not going to say a lot of scientific things. Just think about how we produce, how crude oil is being produced under the earth. Okay, millions of years, pressure and temperature. We're trying to do it in a reactor, hopefully faster, couple of hours. We convert this low-grade bio-waste into primarily a carbonaceous product that we call hydrochar, but also other liquid byproducts of high value. And this is also important for us and the connection that we're going to have with the local stakeholders. So in this framework, we are trying to gather all the different potential resources. And I forgot, of course, the anise waste from the ouzo production, which is also biomass, but it's a little bit interesting. We also want to analyze to see the characteristics and to create a specific methodology for having a set of results that will also be important, not only for us, but also for future scientific efforts of similar nature. In this framework, we're going to utilize instruments that are, some of them are more conventional and some of them that are a bit more advanced. You'll see on the bottom right of the slide is a plasma GC, gas chromatographer. It utilizes plasma ionization, and it is 10,000 times more sensitive than the next option that is right now in the market. We are going to use these technologies for analyzing not only, as I told you, the char, the solid part, but also fatty acids, volatile fatty acids of high quality. And these results of this analysis will be part of the deliverable 4.1. So we are going to focus not only on the feedstocks, but also on the products. And for these things, you will see from us a lot of things also in the next meeting. We have already a lot of technical details that we would like to share with you also today, but the time is not a lot. But please feel free to ask about it. So on the bottom left, you actually see a real picture of the pilot plant that it has been developed in Lesbos, and on the left side of this left picture is the hydrothermal reactor. It's a par reactor of an 8-liter system, and there is a big challenge of how to upgrade the specific system, but also try to operate it in conjunction with what Tobias tries to do in Work Package 3 with the monitoring of the CO2 emissions and having a continuous system that is going to allow us to do this. On the bottom right, you see the proposed pyrolytic reactor that works on a continuous way. So what I told you before is that we want to combine the hydrothermal carbonization, the pyrolysis technology. And why we want to do this? This is because of previous analysis that we have in previous Horizon projects, specifically 0PM, but also the project Trineflex, that we saw that the quality of hydrochar is not really what was being advertised by the academic community. You know, sometimes we create a new product and we try to be, as positive as possible. What we see, this material cannot be used as a soil amendment, cannot be directly applied to the ground, as it was being proposed by other studies. So what we do here is we couple this hydrothermal carbonization with a continuous pyrolytic reactor that is going to upgrade the hydrochar into high-level biochar. This can be used not only as a soil amendment, but also as a catalyst and a supporting material for catalysts, but also for other things that we see now. So we see polymers production from biochar and other things. So the part of the development of the pilot is part of the deliverable 4.2. This is something that we will start immediately at month 4 when we start the work package 4, because we see that the commissioning and all these let's say, administrative issues sometimes can create problems with the timely delivery of materials. So this, again, we have to discuss some things about the placement of the pilot. So this is the new system that we propose. We made also already some upgrades in the conventional design of pyrolytic units by adding traps for capturing not only the liquid byproducts, but also the gases. And for us, this is a good opportunity to have continuous monitoring systems and measurements about the gases that are important, also for the carbon footprint calculator that we're discussing. So, as George told you before, when we made the proposal, I was my position was and still is as a professor of energy in the University of Aegean. But at the moment, I have a new position at the National Technical University of Athens. And what we would like to discuss with you is the possibility of having at least part of the experiments being done at the University of Athens, which has elaborative systems that allow us to be a little bit more, let's say, smooth in respect of the operation locally, but also in respect of the Greek system, because we want to have a connection with stakeholders, not only from the island of Lesbos, which is an area under fair and just transition, but also the area of West Macedonia, where we're talking about mining communities, coal communities that now try to transition to a safer economy. And with the support of George and myself, we want to have also the ability to test materials from also these places. We know that we have more than 1 million tons of bio-waste that are being produced in the wider area of West Macedonia. And this is something that we would like to try, but we need to discuss if there is this possibility. So as part of, let's say, the consortium agreement or something like this, we need to at least have the possibility to have these instruments operate for some time in Athens. So
we expand the impact in more regions. No, we not lower the impact.
Yes, and this doesn't mean that Lesbos will stay out. This doesn't mean that we will not continue to have very close collaboration with our partners there. Actually, at the moment, we have already discussed with local companies like the company Aegean Biomass that want to develop a supply chain, a value chain about utilizing bio-waste on the island. We also have other local stakeholders on Lesbos that they want to use our liquid byproducts, the phenols and the volatile fatty acids, to develop, let's say, cosmetics like soaps and stuff like this. So there's a lot of things that we're not going to leave aside. It's just we try to be as efficient as possible with the existing situation. So in respect of the experimental optimization process, we have at the moment not only this reactor that you see now that we had at the moment of the proposal. Now we have 3 reactors that can operate under different conditions between 200 and 300 degrees Celsius and different pressures. So we will try to figure out what's the optimal situation, the optimal conditions, in order to convert the bio-waste in as good products as possible. And this task 4.3 is about operating the reactors, but we don't have to leave outside the task 4.1 that will start from the beginning of the project, and it will support also the task 4.3 because we will need to analyze the products and see the quality. Okay. So the task 4.4 for us, it's in the core of the whole project, because it's not only about optimizing a specific reactor and saying, okay, this reactor works a little bit better if we change a little bit the conditions. It's about having the ability to have at least a semi-continuous operation and have also the ability to collaborate closely with CEF, but also with the team of Tobias about having, let's say, a degree of digital control on the system. These are things that have not been done before because of the high pressures that we need for the propagation of these processes. It was extremely difficult for us to have a continuous system under high pressure until very recently. And we are also very grateful to the Commission that supported us to develop the first continuously operating hydrothermal carbonization unit in our national provider of water, ADAP, in Athens. And this will start operating also in January. So these are things that we will use the existing knowledge that we have developed from other projects, and for us it's an important thing that everything comes together. You know, slowly, it takes a lot of years, but in the end of the time, we see that there are situations that we develop end products that have some meaning. Because if you don't have a continuous system, if you're not able to monitor it, and if you're not able to have a digital control of the system, you're still at a level that you cannot really go beyond the specific TRL. But now we see that these limitations start to become smaller and smaller. So this part of the operation, the data monitoring, will be part of the deliverable 4.3. And of course, very close collaboration with the team of Tobias and of George, of course. And this is a part of the modeling. Do you want me to also describe? Okay, so this, as you see, what is our plan and our great vision in this situation is because we have already developed some, let's say, level of continuous operation, and we are able to have the digital control of the system. Now we want to decide how it will be possible to have, let's say, some at least first techno-economic assessment of a scale-up of a potential bigger pilot unit, a demonstration unit, for example, for a future project, or, for example, developing a compact solution that could be appealing for investments from different industries. And for us, this is a very important part. So you see, we are focusing on the application of 2 different software. One is the software Aspen Plus, or the software that we write inside SuperPro Designer. We have the ability to use both, and this is something that we also have to decide which way we will move forward, in order to develop all the integrated parts of this system into one, let's say, value chain, and have the ability to do all the analysis. At the same time, what we want to do is to create a zero carbon system that doesn't utilize any external energy. And for this case, we have continuously described the integration of PV panels above this system in order to cover part of the energy demands, because we have seen from the previous projects that this technology, although it's very energy intensive, it is also exothermic. So it doesn't need the big addition of extra energy, but this little energy that's being demanded, we can cover with photovoltaics and batteries. So this is the other thing. So this is a very specific modeling practice that we will use another software which is called Homer Pro that will use real operating data. We have an installed weather station that continuously takes now for 2 years weather data, and we will continue to do so for the whole range of the project, and we will try to use these two softwares in conjunction with each other in order to have an integrated solution. I think I talked a lot.
This is also a matter of discussion. Apologies, Sterios.
Yes.
Within the proposal, we have indicate. Sorry.
No, please.
Be my guest. No.
It's already here. It's already here. No, about the types of softwares that we will decide. Yes.
Correct.
So there are a couple of solutions that are interchangeable. So one issue that we came across when we had the reality check of what we are actually going to do is that the pyrolysis reactor that we were promising was a little bit more expensive than expected. So the thing is that we have to at least cover some of our existing needs with existing infrastructure. So, for example, we have the ability to utilize software that is already being, let's say, purchased by our universities in order to, let's say, cover a little bit of the cost and not need more money. Just so we cannot make it the same.
So the question to this is, can we switch, because we explicitly mentioned in the proposal that we are going to utilize, for example, Homer Pro and Super Pro Designer. Can we alterate these options to Aspen and Redstream, for example?
Because Aspen Plus is a far superior software than...
Probably it's cheaper for us, and we can utilize some budget for other needs.
As long as you justify the reason, as you explained, that the actual cost of the reactor in the end is higher, you can probably use the other software that you already have.
So the reporting line is we create a justification. We send a justification to Maria Danese, and then
of course to you.
Yes. and there is no need for an amendment or like this.
For now, there is no need for an amendment. Whenever there is a real amendment coming, we can include that change.
Excellent, but
so
we will have a written agreement from your side that we can, let's say, switch the... Excellent.
The important point is, I think, the one that we are now...
the other one, yes.
Yes, please.
You have to show that those softwares are equivalent in the...
Yeah.
Of course. Yes. But this is like an honest... They're really interchangeable, to be honest. So the other thing that we want to discuss with you, and we think it's important, is if we are able to add in the agreement that the equipment will be, let's say, delivered in Athens for development and optimization. And of course, we will continue to operate the system in Lesbos, and everything will work in conjunction. It's just we have to be also open and truthful to everyone. It's just because the thing is that sometimes we see that when we have a pilot site that is, let's say, outside of the city and doesn't have the infrastructure capabilities of a big, let's say, industrial facility, the aspect of continuous monitoring with Wi-Fi connection is not a given. The aspect of sometimes, the pyrolytic reactor, in order to be that type, to have this type of digital, let's say, capabilities, it's not easy to do it in open weather. So for us, we would like to use the existing infrastructure of the university, of the National Technical University of Athens is our biggest university in Greece. And this, as you see, is part of my lab. I had also a video, but it was too much the size. So we would like to use the existing infrastructure to optimize and adjust the system. And I also have part of the budget accounted for transportation in order to place it for extended testing also in Lesbos. But we would like to do also like a period of testing and optimization.
Fine-tuning, let's say.
Yes, in Athens. Yes, this will be for us very important in order to be, let's say, consistent with what we want to do in respect of the digital monitoring and the connection with the WP3.
Furthermore, this is also good for us because CERT has also a department in Athens near to NTUA, and we can, let's say, more closely cooperate in order to fine-tune the system.
I have a few questions about what you have just explained that maybe clarify also what you're asking. So what you're proposing is expanding the pilot that was supposed to take place in Lesbos
Yes.
to Athens, but also to West Macedonia?
We want to try.
Because I didn't get how Athens and West Macedonia.
So our initial idea is that to try to, because we have two regions that are under just and fair transition, West Macedonia and North Aegean. So we would like to try some feedstock also from there in the framework of the project. Because because I am originally from West Macedonia, I have like a personal thing that we have places that big energy plants closed and now people are jobless. And we want to at least try to, figure out some potential outs from there.
The reactor will be the same, just transported from Lesbos to Athens to West Macedonia?
We will not transfer the pilot to West Macedonia, but because we will be placed, if we run the test from Athens, the supply chains are much easier in order to get material from the area, and also with the support of CERT, because CERT has a lot of local stakeholders that they connect in other
we
projects.
have also department in Western Macedonia. Also, we have an organization that located in many. Sorry, it was my fault.
Yeah, it's okay.
Many places. Serios tries to explain that we will also utilize feedstock in terms of logistics from Western Macedonia because it's road and not Icelandic feedstock. So we are gonna expand, let's say, the tests that will be done in Athens from feedstocks from Lesbos and Western Macedonia. That's the concept. If it's acceptable to you.
I think, but you will have to develop it a little bit more in the justifications and description, because in Lesbos we were talking about olives and byproducts and so on. Is it the same in West Macedonia? I don't know the situation.
Yes. One big.
Explain it, how it will work the same way as different regions. I get that it can fit within the description of a region that is less developed than others from an agriculture perspective. It needs to be explained so that we can see that it's interchangeable, or at least.
In general, in Greece, the agricultural production is more or less the same in whole country. Okay, so.
The oil also Macedonia.
Yes. Yes.
I have a question. How much does this, to which extent does this require a change rather than just an explanation of what they did?
Well,
which would make sense if it's quantifiable to the objectives, right?
So the objective is there, so that would justify the change.
Based on the objective that we cover, okay?
Yes.
You remember this was the initial idea.
The agreement is just a matter of you explaining as you work why you made the changes.
Yes, but this would require a bit of an amendment, because then you're changing actually the side of the pilot to a different place. And we need to be sure that the place, from what you say right now, it seems to work, but we need it in writing to see that it is compatible. So in principle, I don't see
any objection, but
no.
We'll have to write it. Okay.
We have to make an amendment to the grant.
We will have to put we need a description of where the pilot takes place and why.
Why we move.
Well, not move, but expand, because what I understand is that it's an expansion of the same.
In terms of scheduling, what do you think we should, let's say, start preparing this justification within the next 1, 2, 3 months?
If you are sure that you will want to expand it to West Macedonia, and for what I understand, you are already working in the University of Athens, then the sooner better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So probably we will ask for an amendment.
Because you can already start work on the Lesbos part. So.
Yes.
But
months? Which months the pilot should be there?
Year 3.
In the 3rd year. So perhaps they can start preparing, but for the amendment.
Yes, but in any case, in any case, we feel more comfortable if we start discussing officially with your side, and upon your let's say agreement, we can request for an amendment. But we think that we should share it with you officially, as we did it today.
Of course.
No, that's perfect. What we do in this case is basically we communicate, we agree informally, and then when we have a major change, we can it in.
Okay.
And,
in order to minimize the possibility of many amendments.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, maybe I think you have to justify which are the particular characteristics of Macedonia for which if there are different things, I don't know.
In terms of objectives, probably we will do it.
Because why we can improve our research extending to Macedonia.
Yeah, look, for us, this is an important issue, but the most important one is because, as all of us we know, in order to develop a pilot unit, it takes a lot of time for the administrative process of a university. So for us, we would like to be able to, with certainty, to start the official competition and be able to describe in the description that at least the deliverable location would be Athens for the pyrolytic reactor. That's the main reason.
The question I will have next is whether the Aegean University will stay the same.
Yes.
But then what about University of Athens?
Look, I think if there is a letter of agreement that we can use the facilities, do you want to have them as a partner? I think no.
So that's up to you. If you need a university as a beneficiary, or if you have some sort of agreement with the university.
It's my lab, I know.
Probably.
You're not the one signing personally acceding to the grant. It's university.
It's the legal representative.
That's the
probably a written agreement or an MOU.
Agreement between universities. Maybe it's covered.
An MOU.
An MOU probably.
So like an internal agreement, right, where you say I can use your facilities. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Thank you for this. It was a great idea.
In some cases, because of the, let's say, the participation of a university, of a new university, is also prestigious. So maybe University of Athens wants to promote that one of their professors is working on this project. So maybe they want to become part of it.
We are open. We are open to the idea. It's just. We would like it, just we don't want to overcomplicate things, but we also think the same, like you say, we also have the same opinion. It's just we don't know what's the level of change that would not create chaos to the system. That's
up to the consortium to decide. I can tell you from a legal point of view what can happen, but it's up to you to discuss with your members.
So, to wrap it up, we will start official discussion with you, with fully justified documentation about our ideas. Initial to have your agreement based on these alterations, and then when the time is.
This could be a point of our next General Assembly agenda.
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Where we can discuss.
So many thanks for the support on this.
I think we were done. Okay, thank you.
Let's go for aperitivo.
Okay, now we have pilot 2, but if you want to eat something, we can eat before and then we can continue. You can decide.
Yeah.
You're right?
I sabotage you,
Okay, maybe just 1 second if Sharon wants to present himself and then we can go. Armando, per piacere, mi dici che possono iniziare a cucinare? No, grazie. Okay, Jérôme, are you there? Aiutami un attimo. Una tragedia. Questo sotto. Jérôme? Would you like to introduce yourself? Yes, but we cannot hear you.
Ma non si leva.
Lui? Your mic is off. Your mic is off. I can see your. Ma non siamo noi,
No, per curiosità.
perché io Laura la sento. Quindi if I can hear Laura, I can hear also Jerome.
They're here.
Hello?
Okay, finally. Jerome before lunch.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm sorry that I am not there. I didn't even realize that this meeting was happening. I guess there was some mistake in the correspondence. I did not get the email. But anyway, I'm Jerome Warren. I am working primarily on work package 1 together with Marina Albanese and with Asia. I've worked together with both, or I am working together with Marina on the Routledge Handbook of Cooperative Economics Management, where we discussed, among others, the relationship between cooperation and sustainability in terms of workers' rights, and with Asia working together on a companion volume on cooperative economics and movements, global movements. So, I'm a social scientist and very interested in relationships and in methodologies focusing on relationships. So I'd be very interested in covering and analyzing some of these projects and pilots in terms of the relationships that they enable and facilitate. And I think that would be a very interesting dimension of analysis. But I guess everyone is hungry, so I will not talk for a long time. So, buon appetito, and I hope to be in touch over the course of this project and hopefully to actually physically meet some of you. And I was going to say to Tobias, I think, who mentioned in Bayreuth, he didn't want to meet with everyone together because it would be 16 hours. Bayreuth was the place where Richard Wagner's Ring operas were first performed. I think that would be about the right place. Amount of time, 16 hours to see all of those operas. Anyway, that's a joke.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerome. Welcome. So now we go to eat something. I'm sorry you are not here with us. Next time.
Next time we saw the mistake yesterday, Asia and I spoke, and we're in touch now. So whenever the next meeting is, I will surely be there. And I'm sure you have better weather in Napoli than here in Frankfurt.
Okay. So now we have a break till 2 maybe, or 10 to 2, so we can take few time. So we will start at 10 minutes to 2 and enjoy lunch. See you later, online partners.
Thank you.
very early flight.
So let's start. Coffee break is officially closed.
The coordinators for No.
Okay, so we can continue. Sorry for our late reprise to Jerome and to Laura and Marco. Marco, yes. So now we continue with the presentation of the next work package. It is the work package 5. It is the pilot 2. The presentation will be held by University La Réunion. You can use this, yes, no, yes, or this, as you prefer. Okay.
Thank you.
Please.
Okay, so I will try to be as dynamic as I can so you don't sleep. Okay, so I'm from Réunion Island. We answered to the project. We are 2 labs from Réunion Island, and we make this project together. So it is a pleasure for me. And we are leading the work package 5. So we have the mission to build the second pilot. We will be, the coordinator, but there will be some precious partner, which is CERT, which is Beirut, which is agent, Unifer, and Unitelma. For some, we are going to provide data. For some, we are going to work together on models and pilots building. Okay, so the main goal is to study the development of new green energy in an insular context, very small insular. We are Réunion Island has a surface of 2,005 square kilometers, and millions of inhabitants. And so we have the habit to produce methane from sugarcane waste. And now, actually, we are going to try to produce some hydrogen coupled to the methane production, because we have only to focus on the acidic phase of the anaerobic digestion to get the hydrogen. So it will be a first step, and then after, the waste will go in the current methane production. The waste used in the process will be vinasse, because we got a sort of partner with the firm, and we will use also green waste and food industry wastes to see what is the better waste we can use in this kind of process. And as we don't have a lot of volume, the aim will be to mix and to have the best mix of waste to get this hydrogen production. In the project, we have also a phase of optimization of the process with HTC Biochar, which has been presented by work package 4. And we are going to produce also some, and also some mechanical or bio pretreatment of the waste. And the bio pretreatment is made with optimized selected enzymes so we can have a better yield. Okay, so this is the main goal, and we have also the missions to provide data for work package 2, to provide monitoring data for work package 4, and to share experience, protocols, and models with work package 4. The task included in this work package is the comprehensive analysis for hydrogen and methane production from the waste, development of the pilot infrastructure, experimental optimization, and operation and data modeling, and modelization and assessment. So we are taking some waste from agricultural sector. We will get in the first task characterized green waste with some simple chemical tools, but also with some elaborated tools, like, for example, thermography analysis, so we can define what is the sugar composition in the waste. And so we have a first phase, which is laboratory, where we can get the maximum hydrogen or methane production. And so this is the first time in laboratory. And so after, we can think about the mechanical pretreatment and also the bio pretreatment. It will be in the task 3. And so we begin by a first, what we call dark fermentation. Dark fermentation is without oxygen, and so we can produce hydrogen, and the hydrogen, it is planned to use it for transportation. And after, in the dark fermentation, we use the effluent to make the second step of anaerobic digestion, and the effluent or the digestate of the process will be used for hydrochar production or biochar production. So at the end, we get some biochar or hydrochar, and we get also liquid effluents, and the two ones will be tested for soil amendments, so we can complete the circular economy. So actually, we are thinking about. I don't know if you see it. Yes. Okay. So the first stack is just the feedstock analysis and also the laboratory tests. We have to also check the seasonal variation of the feedstock, so we can give a first set of data, which will be not exactly complete, but I think that it will be useful. I began to work on pilot specifications description. We have already some pilots in Réunion, but I think that we have to go further. We will make a first 5-liter reactor for hydrogen production, because the hydrogen production takes place only in 5 or 6 days, and then after it is methane which is produced. So the second reactor, it will be for methane and will be with a bigger volume. So actually we are working on pilot specification, what we want, and pilot instrumentation, so we can begin in month 4 the manufacturing of the pilots. And so I hope we will be able to begin to work on November 25. Mechanical and biological pretreatment can be first studied in labs, so that's the reason why we can begin in April 25. And so we will use the results for oops. Sorry. We will use the results in the pilot monitoring. So for the pilot monitoring, there is a first year of work with standard substrate. And from the second year of pilot, we will work with optimized situations like with hydrochar or with enzymes. And the database for the pilots, we hope to begin to feed it from November 25, so until the end. So we can share data, we can discuss about it, and we can also improve if it's needed. For the task 5.5, I would like to discuss with SEAT and with Hagen University so that we can co-lead the task, because it talks about modelization. And I think that I would like, we still have some models. I mean, for optimal kinetics modelization and modified anaerobic digestion model, we have it already. And I would like to share my way for modelization with SEAT and with Hagen. And I would like also to maybe with Beirut University. I don't know if the pronunciation is fine, sorry. And I would like to try machine learning modelization. And so we'll get to economical analysis, because of the main question for me at this point will be how we able to propose some industrial device in such a small territory with a good profit and a good energy yield also. Okay. As work package 2, I wanted to talk about the risk we are going to have in each step of the project. For example, for pilot manufacturing and instrumentation, we anticipate the pilot manufacturing, and we are going to talk with Tobias about the sensors we are going to use for a best utilization of data. But I think that maybe we can also think about a secure kit of sensors if the first kind of sensors takes time to be implemented. Lack of accurate data. I wish a strong communication with actors of work package 2 and work package 3 to define a comprehensive data acquisition and a good, scheme of how to collect and how to store the data. And the delays in data collection. I think that the earlier we begin to collect data, the earlier we are able to check the quality and validate the data. So it will be an effort for us in the experimental side to get this point as good as possible. Okay, so questions.
Maybe I have just one comment, just to say that yes, we could sit together, as we have already agreed on this, but we would sit together and look at the
Okay, thank you.
Let's say to could decide with also with the GM for 5.4 and 5.5.
Yes. Yes.
Let's see how we'll progress on this, and then we will pass the methodology, let's say, also to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cecilia. Now we have work package 6, Asia. Validation, replicability assessment within and outside the European Union. Posto. Take your slides. You submit this morning. Yes.
Sei? Ce li vuoi condividere? Sì, sì, giusto. Ok. Sì. Stiamo con il PDF. Ok, perfetto.
So, well, you know who I am. So this is
No,
work.
we don't.
You don't? Okay. So I should repeat again. Okay. So for this one, we're talking about work packages, validating all the results you've seen so far with the other work packages, which I'll show the graph again on within Europe and outside. First of all, what do I bring as a university I represent? Also the SEEDS network, which is a group of 12 Italian universities that do work on circular economy and bioeconomy, and they'll be part also of the team, and Climate Circular COP, which is a project within the University of Ferrara working with the Federation of Cooperatives, which we were considering using as a stakeholder to be contacted. And we do study with them how cooperatives are approaching circular economy. So in the whole work package 1, where we have also alternative business models, that where they could intervene. So in this work package, we mostly work with our 2 foreign partners that I'm very happy to have on board, with the Cooperative University of Kenya, Sustainability Solutions Group. Also Federico II has a few tasks, but then there's few that engage with all the partners, because this is also when all the information we've collected in the previous work packages do come back here for more information. I hope that I can work this out. Yeah. So you've seen this graph already shared by Tobias. We are sort of at the end of the whole process, where we take the information from work package 1 and the information from the results from work package 4 and 5. Now, all the information will be useful in the sense, but what we're talking about replicability, it's not replicating the pilots, by the way. So when I do say pilot, I don't mean that we're going to use the same machinery. Just to clarify, because there have been questions about this, but no, what we're doing is that we are testing out whether those make sense in a different cultural context. And the overview, again, is assessing the project's solutions, especially in Canada and Kenya. Again, we want to see if it's inclusive. We want to see whether there's also gender sensitivity and especially socio-economic dynamics of the results of the circular and bioeconomy that we've collected before, especially the co-creation model. And part of it will evaluate specific local environmental, economic, and social impact. And again, it draws from mostly all the previous work packages. This is an overview of the tasks. We will start with the task led by Federico II on analyzing whether the previous work has positive and negative elements when you change the socio-economic context. Then, with the second one led by University of Ferrara, we will carry out a SWOT analysis
So identifying the positive and negatives elements and how efficient they are, cost-benefit analysis, which is something that's also present in work package for the pilot 4 and 5. That's why we have a task at the end of those packages. And then we would like to use also elements like GIS or geographic information to understand whether, in the case, for instance, of agricultural, there are specific aspects that we have to take in consideration. And then with the two partners that would lead task 3 and 4, we will look with them directly traveling where they're based to understand, first of all, gather stakeholders. So we're going to repeat focus group and interviews with stakeholders based in those locations, and we'll gather information that may be specific and can allow the fact that you can replicate it. So what information did we collect there? Did it make sense? Can you validate it with other farmers based in a different place and so forth? But we need feedback. So that is because at the end of work package, since the idea that we share it back with work package 3, so that we understand that the moment that we've created something, it can be replicated truthfully even outside of the EU. And that's why the last work package, sorry, the last task is the validation process. So everything made sense in the previous task. Now we're gonna integrate these with regional validation, and by making a cross-regional analysis, go back to work package 3 and see if all that we've validated can provide the final inputs for the final product. We start in month 31st, but that means that we're going to be involved in hopefully informational and sharing of all the work packages before then, because we have to leave and work with the Canadian and the Kenyan partners so that before we visit them, we've acquired enough information to then proceed with stakeholder engagement even before we visit them or we carry out focus groups. And so we will start with specific pilot projects and social impacts, and that is also from work package 1. The SWOT analysis, this again is a little bit of repetition of before, but it does make sense time-wise. The cost-benefit analysis is also a result of the kind of stakeholders that we managed to engage. We carry out official surveys and workshops directly from the partners involved. We aim to validate that kind of data, and then by synthesizing our findings, we create reporting about it, and again, we share it back to work package 3. And these are a few of the results, which I translated in questions we aim to answer. So we assess whether BioFairNet makes sense, how does it perform? We validate regional application. So what if certain cultural, socio, local, economic, and stakeholder behaviors vary? Do we have recommendation? Could we scale it to other regions? And from this, one of our deliverables is to create a final product and report, understanding of what made sense and what didn't, so that we ensure that BioFairNet is scalable. And when I mean digital divide is also part of one of the main points of this work package was exactly this, making sure that it's accessible, making sure that it's inclusive, making sure that it makes sense even informational-wise. I would just like to mention one of the 2 risks, because I saw that it was mentioned in other work packages. And one of them is, of course, stakeholder engagement that we share with other work packages, but we will work closely with our partners to ensure that we are going through the whole inclusivity process fair enough. And that's why we will also speak about quality insurance afterwards, which will aim also to tackle this risk. And then also local consideration. We have to be very careful about where we travel. Again, we're coming from an outside, but that's why we wanted the partners to be directly involved. We're not going there to work from our point of view. We're working with them from their point of view. Otherwise, this project wouldn't really make sense from my perspective. And with these points, we aim also to avoid these risks and manage them. Thank you. And if you have any questions, of course. Questions, considerations, maybe from work package 2, if you have any questions about the timeline that you want to tackle now, maybe later.
Well, I'm not sure now is a good time, but we did have a question for Unica with regards to the policy report.
Yes.
And and the timelines, because so the policy report is due in month 19. Is that correct? And but a lot of the work has not been finalized at that point, so we would just want to clarify what will be going into that report and what is the aim of it, or maybe.
So that was, I think that resulted from work package 1 though.
Yes, exactly. And this is maybe not, but I don't know if this is something we can maybe also discuss it later on when we have the plan.
Yeah, so if I don't recall erroneously, that was a result of the first work package, so that we get a sense of the policy impact even outside of the EU. A lot of the work that has been done by the Commission also was to identify whether the policies for circular economy and bioeconomy had an effect of non-EU countries. And we took that literature and that understanding to, however, require a need to go in depth in that. So that's why we will have that report that will look over the policies impact before we even start work package 6, because we will draw from that information and expand it directly with our non-EU partners. And then we can talk about it later if that makes sense, but.
Yes.
Okay.
I think yes, because there will be going different information into this policy report,
Mhm.
but some of the work has not been done. So maybe we can just talk about exactly how we can contribute to that.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Asia. And then we have work package 7. Eco-imagination, communication and dissemination plan. Sì.
With a click. Okay, so hello again. I'm going to introduce you the work package 7, which is related with communication and dissemination of the project. And Eco-Imagination is the lead partner of this work package. But as the communication and dissemination activities are horizontal, every partner are involved in this work package. The objectives are 4. The first one is foster the dialogue between consortium and stakeholders. The second objective is to develop and implement a tailored dissemination and communication strategy. The third one is engage stakeholders to achieve project outcomes and impacts. And the fourth main objective is to promote project results to target groups and address whole challenges. So to achieve these objectives, 3 different tasks were established. The first one is the communication and dissemination strategy and plan. This task will take place from the beginning of the project, it means from month 1st until the month 25, and involves the development and updating of the comprehensive strategy for the dissemination of the project, and also create a brand framework, including the values, the attributes, and the positioning of the project. And also the plan and assign tailored communication activities to target audiences. The second task of this work package is the communication and dissemination activities and materials. It covers all the identity of the project, the design of the project visual identity, the logo, the templates. Actually, after my presentation, we're going to have a democracy activity to choose the logo of the project. Also the development of the promotional materials like the videos, the poster, the roll-ups, and maintain the project website updated. Also, this work, the task of this work package include the publish of 8 newsletters, also 4 press releases and 2 sets of practical abstracts. And finally, organize 4 dissemination events and participate in external events.
The third task of this work package is the stakeholder engagement and consultation, and this task is divided into subtasks. The first one is the creation of the BioFairNet community of practice and BioFairNet thematic forum, and involves the establishment of the BioFairNet community of practice and thematic forum, the identity synergies, exchange of good practices, and provide evidence for the policy developments. Also, to join dissemination, exploitation efforts with the other EU projects, and conduct regional workshop, networking events, and roundtables. The second subtask of this task of the work package 7 is the stakeholders engagement and consultation. There are planned 8 field visits to allow the stakeholders to witness in first hand the impact of the project, also to publish localized reports and promote collaboration through online and offline activities. And also in the month 40, host a hybrid event. It's not changing. Why is it changing? Yeah, no. The keyboard. No.
Give me this. I tried.
We have to move to the next.
Okay.
Okay.
So what are the deliverables of this work package? We have six deliverables. The first one is the dissemination strategy plan that should be ready, the first version for the month 6, and it will be updated at the month 12 and 24. Also, we have 2 communication dissemination reports. The first one will be deliverable at the month 36, and the second at the end of the project. There will be also publications and 2 practice abstracts batch, one from the month 18 and the other one for the month 40. So what are the milestones of this work package? We have 4. The first one is the first updated communication and dissemination plan. The second one, as I said before, the first hybrid event, and the second hybrid event too. And the last milestone of the project of this work package is the final communication and dissemination monitoring report that is due to the end of the project. So how we are going to measure the communication and dissemination activities and deliverables? Well, through key performance indicators. So as is related with communication, it's going to be measured with the people reached and also all the conferences attended, the events, and the dissemination papers or newsletters. So we have the first KPI, which is the external event participation. So 16 conferences attended with more than 500 people reached at the end of the project. Also, we have the BioFairNet internal events organized by all the project partners, which include 4 dissemination events, 8 webinars, and 3 conferences at the end of the project. We have also dissemination webinars, workshop, and presentation, which includes the thematic webinars, more than 6 meetings with stakeholders, at least 2 meetings per year. Also 3 workshops and 4 dissemination and replicability events. Also, a key performance indicator is the networking events. At least 12 partner network events should be included at the end of the project. There are also some other indicators. One of them is the synergies with other projects and initiatives. So 8 projects at least an initiative collaboration establishes. Also, the stakeholder engagement activities that include dissemination events, at least with 100 participants, and 8 field visits, as I said before. The publication of articles in local press or industrial magazine, at least 10 articles published,
and also the management of the social media, 3 social media profiles, more than 6 social media campaigns with more than 700 followers and 1,000 posts at the end of the project. So what are the activities that we're going to do the first 6 months of the project in communication and dissemination work package? Well, the first one is the brand identity development. The idea is to create a recognizable visual identity, including all the logos, the templates for the presentation, all the branding and identity of the project. Also, the promotional materials, all the flyers, all the fact sheet and roll-ups for events and meetings, and also the designing, the launching, and the updating of the project website, the social media creation, and also the management of the social media, maintaining active all the social profiles, media, running campaigns, and engaging all the audience and the stakeholders and creating network. Also, the first 6 months, we're gonna have one press release and one newsletter and a partner event participation track. And at the end of the 6 months, we're gonna have the first deliverable for this work package, which is the dissemination strategy plan, the first version. So here we have an important note. It's important that all partners report all the activities, events, etc. to Equimagination for tracking. It's really important to disseminate the information and all the research that you made. It gets more value if we could disseminate it. So, and also all partners are required to map 2 events or a conference or a workshop to join from month 4 until the end of the year. So for the first year of the project, at least, the partners are required to map 2 events. And at month 5 before the deliverable of the first dissemination plan, Equimagination will organize for sure a meeting, a hybrid meeting, to organize all the plan that are going to, we're gonna organize to continue working together. So yeah, I would love to share with you the 3 options of the logo. So I know that it's after lunch, so maybe it's nice if we can decide the 3 different, well, we have 3 different options. The idea was to recreate the circular shape because it's biocircular economy related the project. So we have the green, there is bio, and the circular. And we have 3 different types of logo shapes. So let's vote, no? Yeah, let's vote. So maybe we can, I will say the first option and then you raise your hand and I can count. Yeah? Okay, so the first one is this one. First one. First one, everybody. 2 people. Okay, the second option with the green lift and green circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 7 people. And the third one?
No, you're biased.
I can vote. Okay. Okay, so we have the logo of the project and yeah. Nice. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have questions.
Probably I will remove the project. Go back, please.
Yeah?
We can remove the word project below the BioFairNet.
Okay, you don't want to have it in the project.
We don't need project.
Okay, perfect. I will share it. Yeah.
Yes, only by remove project.
Yeah, you remove the one project and take the 3 leaves and put them just above the.
Maybe with the template. Okay. Well, I will share it with the team. But yeah, at least the list can be on the templates if they are not on the logo, and everyone is gonna be happy. So I just want you to remember that I'm not the direct contact for the dissemination and communication work package. So Laura Lariviere, she's with us.
Hello?
Yeah, she's there. She's gonna be your direct contact, and I'm pretty sure that she's gonna help you in everything that you need. Of course, Eco-Imagination as a team are gonna work together, but Laura is gonna be the person in charge of this project, okay? I don't know if you wanna say...
Maybe she wants to say some words.
Something, some words.
No, è acceso il microfono.
I'm not even sure which logo was because I couldn't hear how many people voted for number 3. So if you can tell me if it was number 2 or number 3, maybe for the logo.
Number 3 without the project word.
Okay, and with that font, or do you want to exchange
Do you want
the font?
that font? It's okay for
Maybe
you.
go back on the
yeah.
on the logos.
Wait, she's here. Non voglio cancellare, cioè non voglio, faccio così.
Can you see it?
Sì.
Wait.
Me no.
Sì, the mouse.
Seven.
It doesn't go back?
Can you see it?
No.
No. Okay, but she's asking if it's okay for you, the font of the logo, or if you have any other suggestion, the colors, is it okay for you? What they say is that the project word,
Yeah, we remove project and you like the font as well. Or if you want, we could enter exchange also the font. It's no problem. But if you're happy with number 3, we go with number 3 and that's it.
Yeah, they say that the leaves are cool. So
maybe the color is this green, maybe another kind of green.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lightly or darker, light.
Or lighter.
Lighter. Like that,
like
maybe.
This,
yes.
This color. Okay.
No problem. We can go.
Bit sad, this green for me.
Because they already like the color of the presentation are already in their mind. So it's already related with the project. So maybe for them it's nice if they have this color.
We will send more deviations of colors. No problem. We can do that. With logo option number 3, with more colors, and then we can choose which one is the favorite color and go with this one. And from there, we will create all the deviation of the visual font and everything. No problem. Thank you. And well, if you have any questions, I'm your main contact point. Erika works with me and all the rest of the team, but I will be your main contact for all the meetings and so on. So thank you, everyone.
There is a question.
I have not a question, more a comment. Thank you for the presentation on this work package. Actually, when you go ahead with your campaigning on social media, I just want you to keep in mind the political situation right now on disinformation and misinformation on certain social media platforms, so you can maybe diversify your activities, and also keep in mind where maybe most of the stakeholders might be migrating to or staying, so that you don't just use one platform.
Actually, we have planned to be in 3 at least social platforms, and also the official releases with the stakeholders, partners, and networks that are working close to the project. Yeah.
Okay. Can you just go back to the previous slide? Yeah. What do you mean when you say that all partners are required to map to events?
That's because we need to do the planning of the event, depending on the projects. In some projects, it's very fluid and very easy that partners naturally join events, and therefore we do reach the KPIs, let's say naturally. And in some other projects, partners are less participative in events. So this is a way to prevent any lack of KPI reach, let's say. In year one, I mean, we have KPIs. We would just show you the KPIs, but every year we need to participate to a certain amount of events. So if every partner has in mind, we are planning to join this event and this event, even if 80% of the events are participated to, at least we show to the project officer that we had a planning of joining the events and that we did our best efforts to join them, whether they were online or in presence. And in case we may arrive short with the KPI, at least we show that we had a planning, that we stick to it as much as we could, and that it was not just at months like 30 that we started to joining events and promoting the projects and so on. It's very important that all the partners keep in mind that everyone does have man months allocated to this work package. So even if ECO is the leader and we will carry out most of the activities, every partner does has budget, does has man months allocated. So it's contractually it's by contract that you do need to participate to some events to promote the project. So this is why we say minimum 2 events per year per partner, and this way we can reach the KPI. So basically,
these are events that are not project events. These are other events. Yeah.
Exactly. It can be local, it can be international. It can be sometimes also you promote different projects at once, as long as the BioFairNet, let's say flyers, or at least that you have a slide or presentation included somewhere, it's considered as disseminating the event. But if you just go for yourself for a different project or for your own company, and there was nothing related to the project, then it cannot be considered as a dissemination event.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a bit of a problem here because, for example, for our work package, we will start getting some meaningful results
later,
at some point. So it's going to be kind of difficult for us to go and disseminate nothing about the project because we will basically have nothing in our hands. So maybe I think that rather than considering 2 events per partner per year, it would be more meaningful to arrange this dissemination plan that is on the shoulder of partners according to the timeline of getting results. So I would expect those involved in Work Package 1 to be more active at the beginning when they will be doing and presenting the outcome of their desk analysis, and then maybe we can step in with our LCA and LCC analysis, and then the pilot partners will have some meaningful results to go there and present. So I would be a bit cautious on having this kind of flat rate per year.
Well, actually, I mean, I understand your point. It's a very good point you're making. But if we do wait to have results to disseminate a project, we would never disseminate a project in the first phase of the project. All EU projects never show incredible results in the first 18 months. But we cannot afford to stay 18 months without making any noise, without explaining at all that the project is going on, because if not, the project officer is going to look at us and say, hey, it's been a whole first period of 18 months and none of you have shown the project. So at first we do basically do like a general presentation of the project without saying the results just yet. We just say, this is what we're working on. And this is like, in our case, our organization, we will be actually working at this stage, which is phase 2, for instance. But as soon as we have the project presentation ready, which is a generic PowerPoint of what the project is about, every partner can showcase the project, even though results are not there yet. And actually, in many cases, it can be that the results are not allowed to be public yet, but we can still showcase the project in different events.
Can we be a little creative on respect of the events? So, for example, some of us can exhibit the project in national exhibitions of technology that we have, all of us we have a motto, we have similar in Greece. And another idea could be, because we have a lot of universities, and we have a lot of technologies that are involved in the project, we could have a series of webinars where each partner, let's say, is responsible to do one webinar with the technology, the state of the art of the technology in relation to the circular bioeconomy and stuff like this. And we have a lot of graduate students, PhDs, postdocs that could benefit a lot by seeing also other things that they could connect with their own work. This could be something that can at least help us a little bit in the first period. I mean, for us, it's a little bit easier. We will have already planned a couple of conference presentations in respect with the project, but this could be something that can involve most of the technical partners. What do you think?
Yes. Maybe conference, workshop, seminars, we can include more. So any event in which we present some results or we discuss of some results also with PhD students, we want to improve, we can, if we have some slides, maybe could be considered an event.
Yes.
Otherwise, conferences on this topic, most of us do also something else, maybe study also on other topics. It's too big constraint, as Pier Giuseppe also told before.
Do we have this flexibility? That's why
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I have two remarks, and because I think it's obvious to say that for us communication is very important, but I just want to say as an example. At the beginning of the year, we had this New Year meeting with our commissioner, and she was really vocal about communication. She told us we really need to show everywhere that we are really reaching out in the regions and not just in our Brussels bubble. So she, for example, this is not applying only to the commissioner, but also to our Director General, actually. It would be nice if at some point there is in some deliverable something, maybe you're already working on doing it, where you are really showcasing what you're doing at the local level. Like that you show that you are in the regions, and especially some regions are really among the lowest, let's say, in terms of development income per capita, whatever you want to measure. And we are really there and working towards citizens, because in the end, this is linked to my second remark. What we want, I think, is a very good idea to be present in many small, even if it's something very small that you think is not important. I think it's not just about the communication team working on this. The communication should be someone that everyone feels responsible for, and even if we're going to a small event, to mention this, because we don't want just to be vocal in the EU projects, let's say network, but really that people in Lesbos, for example, they know that you are there, and even if they're not a direct stakeholder, they should know that the EU is there, that we are financing, that we are working for them, because in the current political context, even more these days, these years, it's really essential that people, even if they are disconnected to this, let's say, network, they know that we are there for them, and the governments, not just the EU, are really covering for the needs in the future, because otherwise, what we are doing, I mean, we could really amplify the power of their project and the other projects if this helps change a bit people's beliefs that they are being left behind by politicians.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Totally agree.
Yes, maybe when we have the workshop with the stakeholders, we must remark the role of the European Commission, because we must consider also the marketing, policy of the European Commission, but marketing good terms, in the sense that people know and citizens know what you are doing for them.
Yeah, and I think that that's beautiful of this project, because they're going to be more like contact directly with with some networks and some stakeholders outside and inside Europe. So it's really nice that that science took place in that places where they're not used to hear like that the politicians and that science is working together to generate a good impact in the communities. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like for example, the people in the island and so islands, that they take ownership of this, even if they're not involved, that they are proud that this project is having a pilot there, and they speak about it. I think it would be very nice for them.
Maybe a good idea could be also that someone from the European Commission come when we present some events, so they have a physical reference to this, because we can say we can put the logo, but maybe it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that there is another question.
I was just wondering for the communication and dissemination. Sorry if you already told us about it and I missed it. But will there be any material that we can already start sharing, or some hashtags or something already done? So from month 4 to 12, which is general about the project and not work package specific, which you can share with us, like a slide or notes, or that we can already start putting on our LinkedIn or putting in different platforms we're part of.
Yeah. Well, for sure, we're just starting to work, but we already have some things, and this is like the next steps, but we're already working on it. So you will have, and I think that it's the most important, to have the brand and the identity of the project and to share it with you, just to everyone has the same logos, templates, and etc. So yeah, that's we're working on it, and we're gonna share it as soon as possible. That it's planned to have it from month 1 to month 6, but I'm pretty sure that at month 4 you will have already at least the template and the logo.
No, you have it. It's just that we have procedures because of EU standards, so basically now we showed you the logo, then we're gonna do modifications on it, and then when we send it by email, every time is about 10 days to 2 weeks for partners to reply. We get the feedbacks, and once we have the feedback, we need to send again a final version, and that other final version takes another 2 weeks before it gets approved. So it's more about the process than about us making it. Let's say that takes time. Usually by month 3, we have everything running already. So this is our expectation. That's why we put at month 4 is that we will organize hybrid events, because usually it's around 3 months for everything to be approved by all the partners.
There is also another question.
Yeah, regarding tracking, since our university will for sure do a press release after the KickOff meeting, should we send the press release before to Imagination, or should we just forward it afterwards for tracking so that you know how many press releases or documents were shared in total? And the second question regarding if someone of us is doing a LinkedIn post after a KickOff meeting, how do we best manage it to get just link everyone involved in the room, or do we have immediate strategy for handling the social media impact of today?
Do you want to answer, or should I go?
Yeah, I mean, for the very first one, we will, tomorrow, tonight even, you will receive the first press release, and you can base this one. Either, Marina, you tell me if you want to have a press release that everybody's going to use it. We can agree on it right now if you want. We can have, depending on the project, sometimes the first press release, partners send it themselves, and sometimes it's us sending the press release, and then everybody sends the same press release to their contacts. So it's up to you. The problem we have is that we cannot send it yet as from BioFairNet's official platform, let's say, because we don't have yet the visuals and so on. We don't have yet a brand image. So we need, before we do send the press release from BioFairNet, we need to have it branded, which is not the case yet. So usually we write the press release and then the partners relay it. And same for For LinkedIn, you can already send post, publish on your own LinkedIn right now, because we don't have the social launch yet. So for the first one, is no problem. So Marina, do you want to relay one press release, or do you want each partner to send?
She's not here. She's coming.
Ah, okay.
Or she just left. Okay, yeah, I'll confirm you. Okay, thank you.
But for LinkedIn, I believe, Erika, you already took the photo, or you're about to do it later?
No, we're gonna do it later, after the...
Okay. Perfect. So everybody, I mean, every organization can have their own LinkedIn publication, because this is not yet, coordinated, because we don't have yet the social. But for the press release, we will send one to all the partners, and you can choose whether to send that one or a different one. Just for the first one, it's no problem.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Nothing works.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Laura, are you there?
Yes?
Okay. Sorry, the call I cannot not answer, but we can work together. I told also to the other colleagues, so we can work as you prefer and use as you want to on the work package. So let's present the last work package. It is the number 8. It is the project management, and we consider also the financial aspects. Here with me you have Dr. Alessia Rotolo. She's an external consultant, so she will help me with, I'm a professor, so with some financial aspects that are very, very important. So this is the presentation. Ok, questa è la prima. The main objectives of the project management are, of course, to ensure targeted and efficient implementation of the project of the BioFairNet objectives, covering the overall administration and management. So we will, as for in the case of dissemination, we will stay with all the partners during all the period, the whole period of the project, so the 48 months. Main objectives are quality assessment of project process, results and impact, and we will present in the next session a very short draft of quality assessment plan, because we have to build to evaluate indicators we don't have now, but we can present maybe a draft. Then the other objective is guarantee of timely submission of the deliverable for all the partners, and for the coordinator. So all the partners we need to keep all the partners in condition to send us all the materials in order to give to the European Commission the deliverables or the reports to the European Commission. Very important is to create a good link between the European Commission and the partners, and also among all the partners, in order to collaborate and to work all together. We have the responsibility of the maintenance and the responsibility of update the description of the action and the consortium agreement. We must maintain consistent budget and schedule while achieving proposed objectives, and we could coordinate external experts, advisory and stakeholder reference group board. These are the main objectives. So we have the coordination of the project. Okay. So the task one of this work package is the coordination and the organization of partnership meetings like this. And we have 3 physical coordination meetings for the consortiums. So all the partners, like today, will participate. I hope you enjoyed this meeting. It is not finished, but I hope you enjoyed before. We will organize regular online meetings that will be held every 6 months to exchange information, monitor progress, address project needs, and everything is important we need for the project. We must create the conditions for the amending of the grant and the consortium agreement if necessary. In your case, we must consider the amendment for the case of the other region you proposed. And we are responsible for the internal communication. So emails remind what we have to do, where we have the meeting, what we need, and all the documents by financial, but not only financial aspects. We will send you some mails to remind what you have to do. And in the case it is necessary, we can have also one-to-one online meeting if we need to discuss on some aspects. The work package 2 is related to the leadership. So we are leader, but we are responsible for planning and implementing activities or the whole project, or we must monitor that leaders of the WP plan and implement all the activities we need for to continue the project for all the work packages. Activity plans will be updated every 6 months. So we have to keep in mind that every 6 months, so in our case, by the end of June, before the summer, we must consider that we have to make the point of what we are doing, at which point we are with the other partners, if we need meetings, if we have to discuss on someone to go ahead. Supported by UNINA for internal communication and updates at that detailed task level. Support by UNINA, not supported by UNINA for international communication.
Sorry, Marina. No, just to say that, I mean, all work package leaders, as Marina was saying, will be for all along the project supported by Uninapoli for sure. So both all related to internal communication and all, could be needed to update the task. if
Like in your
necessary.
case, for example.
Yes, sure.
The coordinator ensures submission of periodical reports and deliverable for each partner, for each work package, for everything, for the tasks. We will have to think about the quality assessment plan. We'll set the standards, the target, the impact indicator for each objective task. So it is a very powerful instrument of monitoring what we are doing and where we are going. We need to review and monitor the progress in terms of the reports that must be prepared and deliverable, ensuring milestones are met. And risk management and every kind of aspects could be important, also related to the risk. We will make some checks. So our function is to control that everything goes well. Financial management. We take money from the European Commission and then we have to transfer the money to the partners and they can start working. So they can make investments. Please remember, when maybe we will discuss during the financial aspects, that if you purchase some technical goods, consider the ammortamento, no? Dobbiamo considerare ammortamento, come si dice?
Depreciation.
Depreciation. The depreciation period will be fully covered. It is very important.
Yes, just the depreciation.
Yes, just the depreciation. We give guidelines, templates, tools. Someone asked for templates. I don't remember. Maybe I don't remember. Someone of you asked for templates. We will prepare templates, tools, and guidelines for all the partners in terms of reporting and issues by the administrative point of view. We will ensure proper distribution of the grant to the partners, and we support partners in producing cost reports and review them before submission to the European Commission. Consortium agreement. We share with you a draft of the consortium agreement 10 days before. So we must discuss of some rules, if you want, of the consortium agreement. We can discuss now if we have something you want to discuss all together, or we can work on it maybe, and then we can decide in a general assembly where we put all the points, we fix all the points. But now we can give, we can start discussion.
Yeah.
The key governance structure, as I told in the first presentation, are the General Assembly, and it is the decision-making authority for major issues, the Executive Board that supervises project execution, and the coordinator. As the role of be the intermediation with the authority, facilitation among parties, and the coordinator will have a direct channel with the European Commission. Voting rules. I don't know if they are standards, maybe yes. Decisions require a quorum of 2 on 3 part of members and a majority of 2 on 3 part of votes cast.
Of the General Assembly.
Yeah. We can also define some veto rights under specific conditions. Financial provisions. Maybe you want to present, but it's better.
I mean,
Go.
No, as you want. Yes. Okay. But in these slides, let's say that we put just some points of the consortium agreement because it was, as you can imagine, too long, and we just wanted to focus on some most important points. So the one was the main boards that Marina showed you, and then for sure the financial provision. So we the idea that is in the consortium agreement for sure is to try to check and monitor as much as possible, since it is a long project. So there is for sure the distribution will depend on the work done, so on the submission of the deliverable and the checking of each reporting. The first thing will be the pre-financing that will be given, I mean, we will see how, but you sign already the grant agreement, so it is in progress, everything. Then we will have the interim payments and the final payment.
Yes, here I can continue. You can see the description of all the payments. So we will have the first payment of 40% to each partner within 30 days of agreement signature and first advance payment. Now, we have funds, so we have just to work for transfer money. The second payment, 10%, at the end of the first year, after submission of the first annual report and demonstration of at last 20% has been spent of the European Union contribution. And the payment the transfer will be done within 30 days. Third payment, 20%, after submission of the interim report and proof of at last 40% spent, and before month 19, and then the final payment will be done after approval of the beneficiary final report payment within 30 days. This is the proposal. Intellectual property and access rights. The ownership of the results belong to the generating party, so the access right is royalty-free for implementation tasks, fair and reasonable terms for exploitation of the results, and specific provision for software and third-party involvement. Dissemination. Publication requires prior notice and must respect confidentiality and IP agreements.
If any, yes.
5-year obligation post-project for sensitive information is due, and disclosure only, we will have disclosures only under specific circumstances like legal requirements. We hope we'll never have this dispute resolution with mediation and the termination provision for withdrawal or breach, including continuation of certain obligations, so access right.
The worst, yes.
The task 8.5 is innovation management. So UNINA must consider exploitation strategies. We have some highlights in the first presentation when I presented the project. So create connections, links also with other projects. Regular review during consortium meeting regarding tools and knowledge development, and then focus on emerging technologies, evolving needs, and market competitors. 3 data management plans will be prepared to ensure proper data management during the project, and it will be formulated during the first months.
The first one, yeah.
Yeah. Then we have an updated later in the project to ensure fair principle for data collection and elaboration, and then some data set will be available by the community without any fee, so it will be an open access, and others if it is necessary with restrictions. The deliverable will be published, as you said before, because the European Commission will publish it on the platform, so they are free. Please remember that in all the reporting documentation, timesheet, invoices, everything you want to use for reports, for the report or for the expenditure, to the reimbursement of the expenditure, always write grant agreement number, project BioFairNet, and the code of the project number. So the grant agreement number and the number of the project. So we finish, but we must discuss. We will have a lot of meetings when we can decide how to proceed. This is just a proposal. The first thing, in my opinion, is define a date for a general assembly where we can discuss so every problem, everything we have in mind, or any obstacle or program, project, suggestion, everything we have in mind, and we can discuss all together.
Can I ask, so the plan is that we will meet in person 2 more times until the end of the project. So it's 3 total meetings in person. So
yes, see.
So as far as I understand, the other 2 will be in the pilots, something like this.
Yes. Yeah.
So the thing is that I think it's a good idea because you will have now less physical meetings, and we have some budget traveling to arrange a deal between us, like that are involved in the pilot, me, Tobias, George, to have like maybe some intermediate workshops in person.
Yes, it could be a good idea. I told the first thing I told this morning is that I prefer in-person meetings because it is better. Maybe we could think about was policy officer told us when we can manage some presentations on some workshops or seminars, something on the sites. And this could be a good solution to meet some of us, to present and to exchange experiences and everything we need to discuss together.
Because I'd like to propose something. We have already arranged a workshop for the Horizon project 0 p.m.
Yeah.
Which is in September.
Yeah.
This year.
This year. Yeah. Okay.
So one thing would be to have a couple of speakers from the project.
Yeah.
But the even better thing would be to have a second day dedicated on talking about technical specifications and find some action solutions. For example, Tobias, I would be happy if you join me. Let us in September.
Yes. Maybe we can decide also to create some conferences or some slots in some conferences where we can discuss. For example, I am the president of an international association of worker cooperatives. Considering worker cooperatives, maybe we can decide to have a special session on our project because it is related to the cooperation.
I was brainstorming afterwards in the dissemination process. We could all collect the conferences we would like to attend and to distribute properly who each of us can go.
And also, we have an opportunity after this session to have like a special issue in a good journal.
Yes, we will have, for example, we will have in Spain with the IAFEP, International Association for Economics of Participation, next year. Yes. Next year in Mondragon, the place where there are a lot of cooperatives, and we can decide to apply for a special issue, a special session for discuss of stakeholders participation, cooperation, it is a little bit out of their topic, but I think I can discuss with Monica Gago, who organized the meeting, to say, but why we don't put in our call for paper also this topic of bioeconomy and the role of cooperation, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was wondering if we could create an Excel sheet where we could add all these conferences, the names, the times, and who will be attending them, if anyone is attending, so that we can,
If I can just hold you that, it's the last slide of the next presentation where I ask everybody where do you prefer to work as a dashboard, so that we can all absolutely share that Excel sheet of great feedback with.
Okay, no, perfect, yeah, because I also had this comment for the previous work package, but I didn't manage to say it.
I have one question and one comment. I was wondering if we have already identified a repository for the deliverable. Usually we're using, yes? Is it Zenodo? Is it Zenodo?
Zenodo.
No, I don't know.
Which is what is SharePoint?
No.
We're talking about
Sorry.
Repository.
Repository. Open access.
Sorry, I thought
so
they
deliverables usually, for European products, usually put all deliverables there so everybody gets access.
Then automatically, maybe you're talking about some software in which you can.
Yeah, these are repositories.
Okay.
So we can decide which one.
Yeah.
Which is more suitable. Medley, it's an auto, or whatever.
Maybe we can make some proposal and we can discuss.
Okay. We will maybe inform the
So during the discussions for the proposal, we actually already decided based to my information on Zenodo, at least for the technical data.
And on another point, talking about possible publication, just want to mention that recently the Elsevier we've launched a new journal which is called Societal Impact, which is actually meant to publish very short paper, 2,000 words, where authors are presenting in a non-technical way results that have an impact on the society of their project. So this could be also an opportunity at some point when we start getting some meaningful insights about what is the societal impact of our research for disseminating our results to a broader audience, not just academic audience.
Yes, it's very interesting. Also, we can make a visual of the results. In some reviews, if you submit a paper now, also in economics, they ask a visual of the results. Yeah, a visual abstract. And maybe we can collect some visual abstracts and create something where we can charge it and share. It is more immediate communication. Nowadays we have all the mobile and we look and we are very quick. Maybe this could be a good idea, maybe, if you would agree.
Can I answer something? Because we have the reservation of the Commission. We really try, honestly, to publish in good open access journals. The problem is that the really good ones are becoming extremely expensive.
Yeah.
We end up publishing in the MPI, in journals that we wouldn't publish otherwise if it was up to us to decide. And this thing, okay, we don't solve it now, but this is something that's becoming an increasing problem for us. We cannot really account, let's say, between 40,000 euros to keep on the site just to publish 4 or 5 papers for the time frame of 4 or 5 years. So this is something that's becoming a little bit problematic for us. I don't know if you have similar experiences.
Well, yes, there is a way around to go around this. If there are usually big universities like Sapienza University or other university in Europe, they have agreements with the major publisher like Elsevier and Springer. So they have a certain number of articles.
Yeah, but the issue there is that there is limited for a huge organization such as we have in, for example, 1,000 papers for.
It's not
yes,
that. Yeah,
it's difficult also.
Yeah, but then I mean, if you have only one co-author, so maybe we can make sure that one of the co-authors is still free available.
Correct.
Because it's we will end up having co-authored papers again.
Yes.
So maybe it's just one of them, then they can be the corresponding author and can waive the publication. Yeah, you have to make cross-check this.
I think you can also split the APCs among the universities. So for instance, in Germany we get from the German funding agency, we can apply for €500 bonus per each APC. And if you distribute the APCs of 4,000 or 5,000 among 5 or 6 universities, every university having some kind of discount or special, or I don't know what extra money for publication, I think we can find a workaround for keeping the costs low. But Beatrice is right, it's more and more effort, and also the APC costs increased quite a lot in the last years. And I know that for this year we have a kind of open flag for Elsevier, but the deals are currently on a yearly basis, so I do not know what happens 2026, and this is especially very difficult in drafting new proposals. So this is maybe something the European Commission could consider when doing the next drafts, or put all wide of the European Union into it and force the publisher to go down with the APCs for good.
Like an indirect cost that will go specifically for this if you claim of publications. So not to take it to hire another person or buy tickets, but
I don't have a solution right now. From the European Commission, of course, but so we know of this issue of the increasing expenses for publication of scientific data. I will relate to our policy colleagues also. This is important when we draft programs, so that maybe it's taken into account.
This slide, like the payment schedule slide.
Just 1 second. This one. I'll share if you want. I'll share. But you have also in the consortium agreement, because next steps is to sign consortium agreement. So I will share, but no problem. Here it is. Where is it? I don't find. Yeah. Okay.
In the end.
So we must be careful starting the project, because it is also an incentive to work well, to do so, and it is also an insurance for us, for all the consortium, to consider all these steps. This is why. Laura?
I just said thank you for putting back the slide to give me time to screenshot it.
Okay. Okay, now we have the discussion of the quality assurance plan, but if you want, we can take coffee before. Okay.
Siamo mutati.
Laura, are you there? Laura?
Yes.
Okay. So, what about starting?
By the end of February, I'm not clear.
Okay, let's start. We have a few slides on the quality assurance plan.
So,
No, please. I give the floor to Asia for the quality assurance plan, and because we are preparing it together.
So mostly this is a proposal / to-do list of things that we must have by month 6 at the moment. So what are we talking about? The quality assurance plan as set by the Horizon will set the standards, targets. Most of us who worked on projects know what we're talking about. But in the case of this particular project, we have to make sure that it regards data management, data processes, attention to fairness and inclusion, and attention to the achievement of the deliverables and milestones. Therefore, it means also not only how we collect things, how we use things, and what happens also throughout the process of working. For instance, I imagine that if an incident happens in the lab, that must be reported and kept track of, also how that was resolved. What we mean also that we need to create a protocol that is standardized throughout the entire consortium. So I imagine that Tobias told me that he's already working with Terjos and George on this, yes, and La Réunion for standardizing protocol about lab work. We will do the same for data collection and especially in terms of inclusion and gender equality and all of those, fair principles. That also includes data management plans, but that was presented before. That must take in consideration instructions that have to be shared before we begin specific actions, and it's also in-house specifics. What I mean is also that it is a protocol that is adapted when we go to Canada or when we go to Kenya, of course. That's also to take in consideration. Then we propose, and that's up to discussion today or in another moment, that to have 2 committees. One is scientific and then the other one is equality assurance. They are uneven number of external experts that can be collected by us. It could also be 5 people. I'm not imagining a large committee that coordinated by, I suppose they should be overviewed by the coordinator. Unife is available for that because Massimiliano Mazzanti, director of our department, he's the head of the ethics section. And they should not be involved in any of the partners. They should be, again, experts that we know of, but don't belong to who we represent. And the aim of each is to meet potentially once a year, make sure that what we're doing makes sense. It could also make sense for a stakeholder like Denise to be involved, especially in the scientific committee, that provide feedback. And instead, the quality assurance that they provide that what we're doing makes sense. Once you're involved in a project, you might lose a little bit the external vision of what's happening, and that could potentially help us also in keeping track during reporting sessions. And then this is one final point, which I will leave. I just ask if you have any questions before speaking about this. So regarding this and previous points, do we have any questions? Otherwise, I suggest we could keep it for the end of the day. Or Marina, do you want to add anything? No. Okay.
So the scientific committee is basically like an advisory board of the project.
Exactly.
And do we have a plan of how many times during the year they will meet, like in-person meeting, online meetings? Do we have anything?
I thought it would be something we can discuss together.
Okay.
I imagined once a year because in another advisory board, Unife is involved, we meet once a year, but that's not mandatory. It's up to us to decide. It's just that the committees, according to our plan, should be completed, as in we should know who they are, by month 6, because that's when also the pilots will be starting and the protocol should be agreed.
Because I guess when we will be approaching potential members of the scientific committee, we will have to inform them of what we are expecting from them. Let's say we are expecting that you will attend at least one...
Yes, of course, but that's part of the protocol also in the data protocol, quality assurance protocol, and ethics protocol. So there'll be 3 sets of instruction and rules, which will include also committee attendance, expectations, what you're meant to do, and yeah. Any other comments?
Suggestion? You have to build it together.
Yes, okay. So picking up what was mentioned before about the Excel sheet, we have a very general, more pragmatic discussion about working together on documents. We already had for work package 1 the idea of creating, I call it a database, but what I mean is also a simple Excel sheet where people can integrate throughout the entire project, stakeholders they want to meet, publications, journals they want, conferences they want to attend, but it should also be always in the same set. And because of the quality assurance details, also because you did have in the agreement also data protection, data collection. It should also be agreed where this data is stored, and because it's responsibility of the coordinator, we should agree whether we find very easily if data like Google Drive. So if you have anything against Google Drive, raise your hand. Nobody's against Google. Okay, so, and this is said, so potentially Google Drive might be, if the coordinator is okay with it, the place where we work.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is set. No turnbacks, please. And we made a decision. So that's so for the next step is set up the 2 committees, write the protocols, and all by month 6, and that will be responsibility of the person involved with the ethics and the coordinator. Does anybody, any partner, wants to lead one of these 2? So the coordinator will be involved. UNIFEP, proposes, but I don't want to impose. We have to be involved in the ethics mostly. Anybody wants to lead either? Okay, which of the 2? Oh no, okay, you have a question? Sorry. Go ahead.
Where your quality assurance committee meeting,
Yeah.
an even number of external experts. Do we mean an even odd? Or
Yeah, we mean an odd number.
Odd
So
number.
5, 7.
Because the way it's written, it means that we have like 4 people from the project and 5 people who are external.
No, yeah, that's potentially my weird way of phrasing it. What I meant is you cannot have 6, because if 3 vote yes, 3 vote no, we're not going anywhere.
So
We need like 5 so that at least it's
an odd number.
Odd number, yes, thank you. So apologies, I meant odd number. Thank you for pointing that out.
If you agree, we can help the pilots that will be mostly involved in finding partners that will be partners at the committee that will support us and give us feedback.
But that, I would imagine that you invite someone you know who's an expert on. That's why every partner should suggest someone, because I wouldn't know anybody from your field. So that would be up to you to.
I can help a little bit in this if you agree. I don't know, whoever wants to.
Okay.
I don't understand the setup of this. So those committees will be led by the coordinator or from a project partner. So Stereos will lead a scientific committee.
That we could decide. So I was imagining, that's my personal impression, that the coordinator supervises both, but I wouldn't overbear the coordinator with too much work.
Let's say that in scientific committee, someone should be the technical manager of
Yes, that's what I meant, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with the Stereos for the scientific.
Okay. So how about you think about it, and maybe afterwards during the next steps, if
I would
yeah.
suggest also to clear to break down, to analyze those 2 committees in more depth, what we really want from this. And do we want one person, want a group of persons? It's not clear to me how this will work.
It's any advisory board kind of way of working, but the details are not yet set. So you're asking a question that we still need to agree together. More or less what they do is provide feedback on each specific roles.
I can also support for the Quality Assurance Committee. Okay, I have some protocols from past experience of other projects. So I could establish a process in order to submit
Okay.
But okay, I will also be a volunteer for the Quality Assurance Committee if you want.
Okay. We were also interested, so we can discuss that later if it would make sense for more partners. No, more partners get involved. It's just up to us to agree if that would be a thing. I don't think it matters. It's too complicated. Yeah. Okay.
In any case, I can support in both committees.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. I don't want to be a leader or something like that. Okay.
It's just a matter that we need to know who's responsible in keeping, them working. Do it.
Okay. So we have a draft of quality assurance plan, but I think now we don't have information inside, so maybe we will we will send a mail and we can build it all together.
In any case, for the quality assurance committee, I think that a representative of the coordinating
is important.
Partner should lead this committee, because at the end of the day, the coordinator has the responsibility of the submission, of the effective submission of the delivery.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
So I would suggest one representative from your side to be the leader on this.
Involved in it.
And all
Some
others,
of you.
a group of people,
Yeah.
volunteers, to, let's say, support you on this.
Thank you. Other suggestions, questions? So I think we are all tired. So I want, this is why I want to give the floor to Bio2Reg project, very important project. Thank you, Asia. Asia is a co-coordinator. She works a lot on this project. So thank you for everything. So now we have the presentation of Denise. Ok. Dove sta? Just 2 seconds and I start.
No worries.
Sorry, a lot of work package, but
No, it's important. It's your kickoff, so you have to start working.
Say like Laura, she sent it already the first draft. So yeah, it was released. So it's check with the team. Maybe we will be able to share it next week. Okay.
please. ULIC.
Yes.
ULIC Research Center.
Yes, our names are a bit complicated, so I already apologize for that. So now I officially introduce myself. My name is Denise Gieder. I'm working at Research Center Jülich at a regional initiative, which is even for English-speaking people a bit more challenging to pronounce. It's called Bioökonomierevier. It's a German term, so already apologize for that. I'm coordinating the coordination and support action Bio2Reg, and I'm so happy to be able to participate today because we were writing our proposal we submitted, I think, February 2023, and because we are the coordination and support action that is supposed to support your project, we were anticipating this project for a very long time, so I'm happy to introduce it today. How do I get forward?
Sometimes. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe it's better.
Yes, I take this. So I hope you reserve the last concentration for me today. Why am I introducing Bio2Reg to you? It was referred already in the morning, so thank you very much, giving a teaser on what is coming up this afternoon. Bio2Reg is a coordination and support action supporting regions in the lead to transition towards circular and systemic bioeconomy model regions. I mean, you were talking a lot about models, but I invite you to enlarge the scope a bit towards what our understanding of bioeconomy model regions is. I will introduce it to you later. We are already working on some tools and best practices that could be very beneficial also for you. We, in our grant agreement, have committed to provide you technical and logistical support, so we are very happy to start the collaboration today. And what also could be very interesting for you is the exchange that we provide, where you can meet other regions to learn from them, but I will get deeper into that later. I won't go into too much step on that, but just as a background, as I said, Bioökonomierevier is our affiliation. We are not researchers, we are a transformation initiative in our region, the Rhenish mining region, and we are more experts in a systemic approach in shaping a regional bioeconomy. We're coming from plant production, alternative biomass, but we see bioeconomy in the whole, including bioeconomy, including chemistry. So, and this is our team, which is involved from Jülich's side. But if you want to talk to us as coordinators, it's most of the time me involved to that. I just brought you this picture. This is the research center I'm working in. We have around 7,000 employees. So if you see the size here from our research center, and this is the lignite mine in the Rhenish mining region, which will be phasing out in 2030. So I mean, there are a lot of numbers. Around 20,000 jobs will be directly lost by that time. So, and here, just to give you an imagination, maybe you can see this is Cologne, this is Aachen, so we are placed here. And we have still 3 running lignite mines, which will be phasing out. And you also see here why we, as research center, are involved. We have done a lot of research in bioeconomy, but since the phasing out, we saw the opportunity to use our knowledge generated in research and to bring a new perspective into the region, like how can the region benefit, how can we create new jobs, how can we make this transition, which is very severe for the whole society. I mean, a lot of people will have not this kind of jobs. There's a lot of political unrest also in the region, so how do we deal with that? This is just a small, I could talk for hours on that, so if you want to bilaterally exchange on that, you're more than welcome. We are a local bioeconomy hub in our region, shaping the bioeconomy model region. We have a lot of fields of action, what we do. We were, for example, involved in the Bioeconomy Changemakers Festival, where we invited 50 people from our region, but we have a large scope. But what I wanted to introduce today, before getting into depth into Bio2Rec and why we coordinate Bio2Rec, is we do a lot of demonstration on bioeconomy on a regional level. So I brought for you 2 case studies from the Rhenish mining region about our understanding how can you bring bioeconomy research for an impact for the regions. So, for example, we have one project that we initiated, which is a cascade use of safflower. And there we have a consortium, not just research. It's like the industry on chemical, packaging, cosmetics. We have a mill, we have a machinery factories. We have, as you saw before, we are a very agricultural dominated region, our farmers, and we're setting up safflower-based value chains. And what is also interesting for other mining regions is we even use the mining fields in order to produce the safflower. So this is fields that cannot be used for food production. So there is no competition for food production. I mean, the space will be there still for 30 more years. It will be flooded in around 20 years, but until it gets there, so we have a lot of space to build something on marginal soil, so we can use the safflower there. This is our activities. I can go into depth on another time, but we have really nice products like cosmetic products because the safflower has a high oil content, and we can use it really nice to replace fossil-based oils in there. So this is one kind of project where you see using the region, the open cast minefields that are there for cultivating something innovative. Then I have another case study from our region. Yes?
Sorry, can you explain a little bit more in detail what happens with the safflower? Because I didn't really... Are you cultivating it in the area where the mines used to be?
Yes.
So
also,
that plant can grow in that soil.
We are trying that out. It's an innovation project there, and we, of course, there are also farmers that grow it, but we have like an kind of living lab in the soil there that we can also use to grow the safflower there. And I think it's now the 3rd year where they grow safflower in the open cast mine. So, and I mean, it's something like we don't want the regional farmers just produce safflower and to use like space, and this is not just in our region. I mean, lignite mining is something that are also in other regions to really use the space until it is flooded for something and to really produce high quality products such as cosmetic products, and you have like a value chain where it's grown regionally, so, and it works far better than we thought. So that's yes.
So this type of packaging for cosmetic, is it bio-based plastic, or what is it?
It's not the packaging that is used for the packaging. The oil is used for the cosmetics. I can show you pictures later. It's like more for the service industry to have like trays that is produced there. But it's not just for the cosmetics where the packaging is used. It's a tray that can be used for catering.
Okay, so
It's additional.
Ingredients of the cosmetics.
Yeah, the oil is going to replace palm oil, so you don't need to produce palm oil abroad in like other regions, and you don't need that. It's so interesting. You don't need that much space to, and that's also why we work with a regional mill in order to create a value chain and use space that is not used currently. But I'm happy to dig deeper into that at another point. Yes.
You're also producing some packaging material, yes, which is
From
a different industry, not from the cosmetics, but
yes, it's independent.
Because we had another project, as I mentioned before, about the PFAS, and we were trying to develop, let's say, solutions, and we were seeing again and again that, let's say, bio-based products, the straw, whatever.
Yes.
They were full of these forever chemicals, these PFAS that
Yeah.
are creating more issues to health and the environment
Yeah.
than having the original plastic at first place. And
But it's not plastic. Like it's like using the fibers here and using the fibers as a tray.
But because they are like, let's say, they have like this tendency to come into contact with water, they become a little bit, but soft. There is the case that sometimes they grab this type of. It's not, of course, it's not your problem, but I'm saying in general, just thinking that we would also talk about it, because there is a possibility that there is this thing that you don't really have to get involved directly with, but this time that maybe indirectly is happening in the production of this packaging.
But maybe that's a super good point, because I think we could discuss on that a long time. Maybe we can use our safflower project to really dig deep and to also involve the person who managed this project into a meeting, and we can use one of our meetings and then invite everyone involved to really discuss it in more depth, because even though I'm talking about it, I'm not the one who is like the expert in the safflower project. So, but it could be super interesting to dig deeper if you're interested in that. So, and then I brought you something else, some more explaining, like, because it was said like the structural change. How do we change structures? So also our initiative Bioökonomie-Revier initiated the Fiber Innovation Center in Zerkal, using a very old traditional paper factory in a weak rural community. And it's an industry-driven consortium about packaging, paper, textile construction, fiber-based industry, but also the sciences involved, agriculture and municipality. And it's not just like an innovation center that is set up. The whole facility is used as a cultural center, also focusing on art, tourism, and to like bring more life back into the Zerkal region, because it doesn't have too much cultural opportunities there anymore. And this is like one part. I won't go into detail on what the Fiber Innovation Center is doing, but they're working on raw materials, biomass digestion, fiber modification, and application. But just to give you an overview on structural change, what you can do. I mean, both projects, BioFairNet and Direct, are having a look at carbon-intensive regions. You're mainly focusing on intensive agriculture and coal mining. We also have the forestry, fisheries, and peat production involved in our project. I don't need to get into detail into this, because I think we all agree that circular bioeconomy is a key driver of achieving Green Deal ambitions. But what our project is based on in order to bring the bioeconomy potential into practice is like oftentimes the systemic approach is missing. Lack of integrated approaches, of overlaps between different sectors, not just having a look at value chains, integrating society engagement and so on. And what we also think is that often regional stakeholders, they are super interested, but sometimes they really lack the knowledge into how to implement strategies. There are so many strategies in place. If you have a look, I think there are like over 200 related strategies to bioeconomy within European regions. But to really know, like, there's an aim, but how do we get to the aim and how do we have regional impact? And there is a lack of support tools. So what is Bio2Rec, the project that we are coordinating doing? We address the bottleneck that regional actors often lack actionable knowledge, how to really put it into action and focus on greenhouse gas intensive economies. And we have a very broad approach because we couldn't anticipate what kind of case studies you would have. So this is our consortium. Some of you might know the other partners that are involved. We have, for example, the BioEast Hub Czech Republic on board. We have Bio-Based Industry Consortium as partners, Sweden Rice. And here you can also see the kind of regions that are included here. So we would really appreciate if you open up to Western Macedonia as a region in the pilots, because we also anticipated, because it's an important coal phasing out region, Central Bohemia, Icelandic regions, Rhenish region. And what you can also see here is we have different kind of expertise on fisheries, on agriculture, to like have a large scope of what kind of expertise we can provide, and it will be to you, it will be of course also to other regions. And what is very important, so I hope that I don't miss this point here, because for us it's important to really give an understanding what a bioeconomy model region is. So it's a geographically defined area. It does not need to be like a NUTS 2 level. It can also be other kind of understanding, but it is an area where circular bioeconomy drives the innovation, sustainable growth, and community well-being. It's like the narrative for regional development is bioeconomy. And the systemic approach goes far beyond focusing on single aspects, just value chains, like it's something broader, to really linking regional resources to stakeholders as well as strategies. And we call it a blueprint for economic growth, jobs creation. As I said before, our region is really in need to find new jobs, and bioeconomy can support creating these kind of new jobs. And something which is very important to have a look at the bioeconomy system as a whole and regional condition. What are regional strengths? How does the region look like? What kind of sectors are dominant? Where are the overlaps to bioeconomy? And how can we use this as a strength to set up the activities? And it's really about collaboration beyond traditional sector boundaries. I won't go into detail that. If you're interested in that, we just published a deliverable on, it's called regionalization concept. What is a bioeconomy model region? And here you can see all the kind of different system dimensions which are attached to it. As you can see here, technology and information as well as markets are an important part. They are the drivers of the growth. But it's really important to understand what kind of biomass do you have in the region, what kind of stakeholders, how are the production system, is there like regional governance who can support or like inhibits the growth, to really have demonstrations in place that have the whole system in mind at least, and then following up on that in a very systemic way, but being super practical at the same time. But this is always very challenging. Yes?
Do you mind repeating the name of the publication?
Regionalization concept. You can find it on our website, bio2rec.eu. If you go to results, it's called Deliverable 1.1. We just submitted it to REA, I think on 20th of December, shortly before Christmas. Yes, and we also talked about that the regionalization concept. The understanding will be one topic of our exchanges, so we are very happy to dig deeper on that, to maybe find a way of like reintegrating the systemic view also into BioFairNet. I mean, this is something very general about coming back to our objective, we want to bring bioeconomy as narrative for regional transition. So bioeconomy means regional development, but to foster exchange between regions, this is very important. And among European associated and even countries out of Europe are also very invited to equip regional stakeholders with really practical knowledge and contribute to overcoming divergences. Now I'm getting into something, we don't have to dig deep into that, it's just a proposal. We have written in December a deliverable which is called Concept Note on Technical and Logistical Support for Your Project. It's an invitation for discussion what we can do, because we have an internal review process of 1 month. We wrote it in December, the review is nearly finished, but we didn't set up like a content on what kind of content, but just wrote down how we understand what is our consortia, what are our expertise, and this is just open up for discussion. We envisaged like 19 minutes bi-monthly, every 2 months, a jour fixe between both of us, and I mean every kind of partners. We will invite our partners if it makes sense. We will invite external experts, and to really address your region-specific challenges and exploring actionable solutions. So you will have a lot of pilot regions. How do we have any support? Do we know in our networks anyone? And share best practices and bioeconomy model regions. We have some guides and training materials I will show later. We will have an exchange that would be super interesting to have your regions, and then we matchmake you with other regions that could be interesting for you to engage with, having similar technologies or having similar regional conditions, and have a, like we call it, agile dynamic approach, to not have now set up for like the next 2 years when we're still running a plan, which topic is when, to decide after each meeting, what is the topic for the next meeting, so we can also adapt to your needs, because I mean, as soon as the pilots really kick off, maybe you have some urgencies to discuss, and we're happy to be, yes.
So you have also you're planning to upload a little bit the multi-criteria assessment framework that is taking into consideration the greenhouse gases in intensive economies. So maybe it would be interesting to have a little bit of, to bring together the two consortium.
Yes.
To have some transfer knowledge from both ways. It would be interesting to intercouple your now deliverable with our idea of developing the carbon and put the calculators.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that's super feasible. I mean, Pantheon University is working on that deeply. We have a regional network event in Greece upcoming where they present also and validate the indicators. So we're very happy to exchange on that, because it's not so trivial to find indicators defining what is a regional bioeconomy, because there are like, I think they identified more than 600 indicators how to define a bioeconomy on a regional level, but there is no data available, or they don't make sense, or they don't really well describe the bioeconomy. But that totally makes sense, so I wrote it down, so I will tell them. They are in Jülich on Monday also. I will say, Panos, I have a task for you. Here is just a selection of results which could be interesting for you. As I said, the regionalization concept, what do we mean by regionalized bioeconomy model regions. Then in June this year, we will have stakeholder guides mapping best practices. What are best practices in bioeconomy model regions? This is not something generic. It's like super specific on what kind of can have regional impact. For example, we were talking before about how to bring the idea to the citizens in the regions, and sometimes it's about researcher getting, I don't know if the English word is the correct one, adult education center, to just have like local education center and to open up science, to like have a presentation in the evening with like old people from the locality to really show like what are we doing for the pilots, so something very tangible on what concretely can you do in the region. Then we Then we have the stakeholder guides on the multi-criteria assessment. So in June, we will have stakeholder guides in order how to implement the multi-criteria assessment, but we could also have a much deeper conversation on multi-criteria assessment because Pantheon is really working on that in depth and also will publish 2 or 3 research papers on that. Then we have a database for user-friendly tools for regional cooperation, just to give examples on what is existing, because there are so many tools already there to assess it for regional applicability. We'll have best practice guide for mobilizing regional stakeholders, as well as impact assessment. I was just talking to Asha to maybe also interlink you with our social impact assessment experts. I mean, we're a super practical project, so we are not necessarily writing research publications on our social, but regionalized bioeconomy social impact assessment is something very particular. So I think Keveloce will be happy to have someone to dig deeper on that.
Who's your partner?
Keveloce, they social science and humanities expert from Spain, Valencia. But they are super involved in circular cities and regions. They have a lot of circular bioeconomy projects, and they are really engaged. They're really into engagement and participation methods, but on a really practical point of view. So I can highly recommend them if you need an expert like these. Then we have to have something, but I think this is something that we can't fully discuss today. In our proposal, in our the call announcement by the commission that was set out, said that BioTorrect should set up a network for connecting regions for circular bioeconomy. So we will also have a network. I mean, it's kind of connecting regions, stakeholders, and policymakers to foster collaboration and develop circular bioeconomy strategies. There are already so many networks in place, and we will, from January until June, really find out a scope for a network that is not duplicating, which has an additional benefit. I can't go into too much detail today on that, but I think it's very important to exchange at a later stage, because I found out that you will also create a network so that we have a good understanding of the differences between our networks. And what I already pre-announced today is the kind of key activities. We will have 5 regional network events to engage stakeholders in 5 regions, which will take place between March and May 2025. So it would be super nice if you as Greek colleagues could join the Greek workshop. Everyone who is able to speak the language of the workshop is more than invited to join it. And this is more using tools, validating tools, and to really understand what the bioeconomy model region status is in these regions. And as soon, we have our annual meeting on Monday. Afterwards, we have more information, and I'm happy to distribute the information on the events. And another thing is, we anticipated interregional knowledge sharing events early 2026 and end of 2026. And it will be organized alongside our BioTorrect annual meeting. And we anticipated to invite you to have a back-to-back annual meeting event. Also, both will be in Brussels. I have to already say it's not in the pilot regions, but as we will be inviting other regions, policymaker, and so on, to use this as a synergy, because we will organize it anyway, so we can just together think about jointly organizing something to bring the idea of regionalized bioeconomy on a larger scale. But this is just an invitation to dig deeper at a later stage. Then the exchange I was already talking about, the call will be launched in October. The 2 to 3, as I understood today, you have 2 pilot regions in Europe. We can overtake travel support for up to 3 regional stakeholders and bring you together with another region, maybe far more in development, maybe having other conditions. And we are not giving you the money. We also have mentoring sessions of setting up the agenda, what could be interesting to see, who should you include, and to really help you set up transition roadmaps and the prioritization of transition measures in order to bring bioeconomy into the region. and they will take place in 2026, because end of 2026 will already be ending. And I think also with regard to joint communication and dissemination, BioFairNet has established within the first year 12 partnerships across Europe, supported by an active LinkedIn channel. So as soon as you set up your communication channels, we're so happy to also include you on our website as partner project and to use our outreach campaign and share dissemination. This is just a timeline when everything takes place. I'm happy after the submission, I hope next week or early week afterwards, that we submit the deliverable, but it just gives a scope and a starting point, and then we can see how if you support the meeting every 2 months and what kind of topics will be there, and we're very happy about that. I mean, it doesn't make sense to go too much into detail now, because I think everyone is super tired and super eager to get some food later. But as said before, the introduction of the BioFairNet regionalization concept is a starting point, the multi-criteria assessment in order to describe what a regional bioeconomy is could be a topic. Then also to support you into really describing, not from like a technological point of view, what your pilots are, but what is the region, what do you have to also reconsider into taking into account to really create a social impact in your pilot regions. And what we are very strong in and very happy to support is also really implementing a multi-actor approach. It's not something trivial. It takes efforts, it takes expertise, but really to be participative and in engagement, we are very happy about understanding. And this is probably also something I won't get too many answers today, but what is important for us to understand what your wishes and expectation towards collaborating with us is, and what needs and challenges you would like to be addressed in our support. So maybe we find the next meeting slot then after the meeting in online bilaterally, and then we are very happy to collaborate with you. You can, of course, get to our LinkedIn channel, subscribe to our newsletters, but I think we just have like 2 newsletters a year. So you can visit our website or ask me any question you have today. I'm very happy about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Do you have questions?
So you have a lot of different regions that are, let's say, involved in the project, but for example, we have a solution sometimes that can be developed in one country that is a little bit constrained by the legislation of another country. And we have seen this again and again, and for us we have the additional issue that, I mean, we have done also similar effort, we have developed the issue of circular bioeconomy in the North Asia, and we have university, but we see again and again an issue of developing talent and keeping them in the region. So for us, this is a big problem. And also, when we develop complicated technological solutions, we have a lot of problems of how to sustain the operation of the mechanism. Because sometimes the experts they're not available to come to areas that are not central. And for us, having at least even a hybrid virtual method of educating, but also maintaining, let's say, the interest of the local working population would be a significant step towards moving forward.
I mean, I totally agree with you that the translation to other regions, that's why we have such a regionalization concept really rooted in what are the regional conditions, because in order to, it's not necessarily the technology that needs to be convincing, it's about understanding the legal framework and then having the next step of like, does it make sense to translate, who has done something? And I mean, I don't have a solution for your second challenge, but I totally agree that's always an issue to keep expertise in like these kind of activities, because you're always depending on funding, and when funding takes longer than expected, then the the brains cannot wait. If you have to feed a family, then you're like, I would love to stay in this region in order to support, but I need to find a way of. Totally agree on that, yes.
And so related to the same, because now we will be focusing on the specific regions, so the output of our work will then only apply for one region, I would say. Or what do you, with your experience, how do you foresee that we can, let's say, extrapolate our findings and generalize them to broader than the regions and pilots that we're working on?
I mean, I think first of all, to really understand the bioeconomy system on a regional level, like to understand what kind of implication, what are the success factors, and if you produce, if you set up the technology, what are the kind of limits already on the regional level, and to always have like the discussion and not just like necessarily in a workshop. Maybe you can think about in the other pilots to have like a kind of local advisory board, but not just with science people attached to it, to like representing the whole society and have not like giving them also a benefit and to engage. But yeah, I mean, but there is something that you can also adapt to other regions. If you have a look at the innovation activities from our partners from Iceland on fisheries, what they have accomplished in like circular bioeconomy in the fisheries sectors, how they nearly complete use every kind of biomass produced in the fisheries there. They have certain conditions. They have like a lot of energy in Iceland, but like the technology behind is of course transferable to other islands, to maybe if La Réunion has a lot of fisheries produced, maybe you can think about
also some other applications.
yeah.
So is that at certain point we have to find the good indicators who allows us to choose which is the best way.
Yeah. But that's very challenging to always to adapt it to like so many regions. That's why I really acknowledge the efforts you're gonna take to have so many pilot regions and replicability within your project then.
The best practices that you are going to publish, I think this is helping a lot the other countries, I think, because we saw in the past that, for example, Greece had the net metering system for the energy. Other countries didn't have it in the beginning, but we see that because it's already the same as a European legislation, if we see some best practice being applied in another country, usually the integration is a smoother path.
But I wouldn't say the publication part is that what it makes successful. It's like the exchange and talk and bring it, and like we learned a lot from our regional activities with like this really broad scope of stakeholders, which you could imagine. And our success factor is like to show pictures, to show convincing case studies which are there, and to bring pictures and to say like, okay, in our region, these have been successful pilots. And then you start on a very different level, because when you have already a convincing story to tell, then it's much easier. But yeah, for sure, that helps. But for us as a region, like I'm talking with two hats. I'm talking as BioDirect coordinator, but I'm also talking from like a very regional implementation point of view. It's like, I really love talking to other regions and their challenges, because we have someone understanding the struggle, and this is already something which is beneficial for us. So even, and when we have a structure and like more results. Now, I mean, it's the first time that we wrote down what bioeconomy model regions are. We have been working on bioeconomy model regions since 2018, but it's the first time now that we have like a book where we wrote it down, because we didn't have time before, because we were just working in the practice. So I'm happy if you think it makes sense and is useful for you.
Can I?
Yes.
I think that when it comes to the transition to a circular bioeconomy, we are relatively still at an early stage. So we really don't have a silver bullet or a single technology or a single feedstock that can be considered to be the silver bullet that can replace what we've been doing for the last 70 years or 100 years with the fossil-based feedstock and technologies. So it's really pretty much about trial and error and also using the competing technologies at the same time. So I think that the whole idea of having different technologies using different feedstock, according also to the different characteristics of different regions, it's pretty much what really shapes the circular bioeconomy. So it's not really a problem, but it's actually the way the circular bioeconomy is going to look, at least for the next 20, 30 years. This is my understanding of the transition. So we shouldn't be worried about this.
Denise, thank you.
Thank you.
I think in our next steps we must consider how we can cooperate on the two projects. So I have a lot of questions, but now we are too tired. But maybe we can decide to maybe for a discussion with the partners, we can collect some questions and we can decide for a plan where we can decide how and in which terms we want to cooperate, because there are two broader projects. So it is very important that we cooperate.
So maybe you can wait until we submitted our deliverable on the support to REA and then can send it to you, and then you have it like in written condensed form, and maybe also a better understanding of our consortia, where we just, I think I listed on 1.5 pages who are our partners, what kind of bioeconomy expertise do they have, what is interesting for you. So maybe then we can follow up. You can collect the question and follow up in like early February, mid of February. I mean, you're starting, we don't have a rush, but I'm very happy to dig deeper on that.
If you agree, I can share your presentation
for
with
sure.
all the partners. And maybe so we can have an idea, some links, and you have also some questions, some points. So this.
And I also, in the deliverable on the last page, I set up starting question for, I think there are 8 questions as a starting point. Some of them were answered today. That's why I made so many photos and like wrote down so much. So yeah, and I think like, and also we don't want to like, we are just a sister project having a different approach, and we are more than happy to support, and we don't want to like bring too much complexity, but we're very happy to finally know the faces of who BioFairNet is, and looking forward to the cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Se vuoi venire qua con me, così ci guardiamo. So, last 2 points in the agenda are, as is my co-coordinator, you know.
Big responsibility, I don't know if I want it.
So now we have next steps and action list and closing remarks. So next steps, maybe I think we have to sign the consortium agreement. The first.
Very relevant.
It is the first step. So, because if you don't sign the consortium agreement, if all the partners don't sign the consortium agreement, we cannot transfer the funds. So it is very important. Please let us know if for some partners of the pilot, as we told before, we have to make a check in relation to the instruments for the labs, for example, you have to purchase. And we have to make a check on the amount of funds, it is enough, if you need, let's check.
I wanted to say this, but...
You must say yes, but we have the list of the investments that are considered in the project, but we can discuss for the 2 pilots, also for Réunion Islands too. So please, maybe we can just define a final date to sign the consortium. Maybe we want to take few time to look and to sign.
We need some time in order for our legal departments to say
To look and to check.
Yes,
How much time do you need?
it's not our,
No, it's just a general question. I don't know.
It's difficult bureaucracy, Greek bureaucracy. It's difficult for us, so
2 weeks. No, how much?
Maybe 2 weeks. If it is okay for you, let's.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting. We're just.
Maybe you can check if it is okay for you. Then you can transfer it to your legal office, and I don't know if for the other partners which is the situation, but
February.
February. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, we have to plan 2 weeks, so 10 work days to get an answer from the legal department. So that's kind of fixed for us. They try to also use the time they send to all departments, so we will need 2 weeks for the response.
so maybe we can consider a first deadline for feedbacks after 2 weeks by the end of January. Because first we say okay, and first we sign before we have to sign. It is the first thing we have to do, because I cannot transfer money if you don't sign. So I think my proposal is by the end of January, 31st.
30th, I put to the
Yeah.
plan. Okay.
We have a final. We wait for a final feedback. First, final feedback. If it's okay, if you need more time, so we can decide if you have to discuss of something. We have. I think this is the first solution. If you agree. Okay. So we sent the consortium agreement. We just sent it. So you have. If you need, we can send it again, but there is no difference. So maybe someone have to check mails, we can send again.
We could
Sure.
agree on the drive where all the documents
We can
will be
share on
there,
the drive, on the Google Drive, yeah. This is the first point. Then we have to decide all the aspects related to the quality assurance plan.
So we said that Sturgis, you were interested in the scientific committee.
Yeah.
If you're happy, do you mind if we also get involved for the other discipline of more socio-economic? Okay.
I have no idea about social.
I have no idea about engineers, so that's okay. So that requires drafting the quality, data, and ethics plans with instructions that also Pier Giuseppe had pointed out. Other committees should be set up.
Maybe we can decide also for the first General Assembly meeting.
Okay.
By the end of June. It is each 6 months. I don't remember, but I'm not sure. But I remember it was each 6 months. So we can discuss all the general aspects of the project, and for each task and for each working package, we will discuss. But we have one-to-one meeting maybe.
As a scientific committee, maybe we can draft an invitation letter that we can use for inviting, and then start asking all partners to suggest names. So once we have the invitation letter drafted, then it's easier to proceed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do we want to, because I wrote the coordinator will collect the experts' names from the rest of the partners, do we instead want to do that the names are first shared with everybody? We do a selection, because I don't expect committee to be huge. And then once the name are agreed, whoever is the main contact can share the invitation letter. Would that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
I doubt we will have an overshoot of.
No, I know, but it's respectful of the fact that it's your contact, maybe, or the attention to it.
Maybe we can also plan a meeting with Denise to understand which would be the points of contact and how we can cooperate with Bio2Reg. For example, in the work package 1, the regions, we have to define hotspots. It is very important that we have a meeting with them.
Yes.
So maybe we can do it from February ongoing, because we will submit the deliverable on our proposal for support end of January. Then you have 2 weeks to check it, and then we can discuss.
Yeah, especially because just a reminder that we also have not only the pilots, we also have pilots in sense of more regional stakeholder analysis we will collect, and we also have how do you want to call it? Call of expressions, which means that we have 2 set of stakeholders that have agreed to collaborate with the project, although they're not funded by us. They're just willing to do that. And one is Italian, and the other one, remind me, who was it? I don't remember, but we can share the names with you, and they will work with us anyway. So I was thinking that's great, especially because if you notice in Work Package 1, we have the co-creation model, which I'm sure you will definitely have feedback for that, and be very happy to work on it. Yes, we can work on that, sure.
For you, maybe we must decide how and when to propose the amendment to the grant agreement. So you decide, it's up to you, but if you want, we can try to discuss, and maybe so in the next General Assembly we could decide, maybe. Okay.
Extended the conversations also with George about this situation. And we kind of know the framework that we need to operate from now. So as soon as possible we can, I can share you this, but I also share with you our projected budgeting for the first couple of years. We have done it already. So we can do this together, maybe a fast conversation if you want about this. The budgeting and the
We must decide how we want to proceed. I don't know.
For the agreements of for the specific case of we could have a specific meeting online next week on this, because it's very practical. I think there's easy solutions.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of agreeing either after the meeting now, so that everybody's not falling asleep, and and also I think we should have a meeting specific for dissemination, because I'm sure we have collecting ideas for this. So and we need that also for data privacy and protection in case we upload any reports or data on the website. I need to write that down. Please continue. Sorry.
No, by the dissemination side, we have some topics to something on next steps. No. Because we will share the logo with the new proposals of the colors, but I think nothing else. Maybe during the discussion we talk about not only conferences but also seminars, workshop, and maybe
for that maybe we can create Excel sheets, as Asha had suggested, where for each we all can upload conferences we want to attend, journals we want to publish into, or meetings we want to attend, and especially most importantly for Work Package 1, since we have to start working on that, it's going to be stakeholders. So also for the partners that won't be involved in Work Package 1, we still need your input on stakeholders you would like to see involved in workshops. So that's just letting already.
So we will have a complete database of everything.
Everything.
Okay.
Work Package 2 also contribute to that, or is that only Work Package 1 to the stakeholders and identifying stakeholders?
Sorry, repeat your question, pardon.
Or Work in Package 2.
So it's only Work Package 1 will identify it, or will we need also inputs from maybe other work packages?
Who will be involved in putting Work Package 1 in other work packages? Is that what you're asking? Sorry, I'm not understanding.
No, so I'm asking who will be involved, and if other partners will contribute?
So the last two tasks is all partners for this reason, because we get stakeholders involved. The first three are mostly research. That's why we have Jerome and University of Trento involved in mainly three tasks. But those are details for work package 1, which you can be involved in meetings. I don't see a problem in that. So, does that answer your question? Sorry, I'm not following. Afterwards, maybe you can. Okay, sorry.
Other questions, topics, suggestions, everything.
I have a more practical question.
Yeah, why?
For work package 1, do we want to agree on when we start working? Sorry, it's my anxiety speaking. Since we are on time. So in case you tell me to shut up, I will, and we can agree on next time. But it's just a question whether we want to agree now.
Jerome is not here, so I have to say maybe let's wait for a range of
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tara, thank you.
Maria answered, and she decided. Awesome.
Perfect.
Other points of agenda? Yes.
A very practical question. Where do we meet for the dinner?
Very important point.
So you are saying that we are at the closing remarks. We move to the closing remarks.
You will be loved by everybody.
Yes, maybe if we have other points, maybe we can send mails and we can share. Please use the official mail BioFairNet mail, because there we can collect everything. So it is also a database for us for all the information.
Asia, if you could put this file on the Google Drive, and maybe on Monday send a reminder that everyone should, by end of the week, add these questions to it. Because I think if over the weekend we have a bit deeper thoughts about all the things, and we can add them to the beginning of next week.
Yeah. Are we going to have some mailing list for the projects? Okay, so maybe we should create also, the project manager can send an email asking who are the contact points for each project. So we make sure that all the people that for each part that are involved in the project are in the loop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you find the Excel way we did it during the project writing useful, or do you suggest to change that? If you remember, we had like a database where we had the name of the researcher, the entity, and the work package they were involved in. So you had everything there categorized.
I think it's similar to what we have with other projects.
Yeah,
So that would work.
This is fine, yes.
Okay.
I think that we should update it.
Yes, of course, we can make a new one.
Names,
But
something change, okay.
because new people were added.
For example, the financial reference for this, so that when you send an email regarding financial aspects,
You send to Maria or.
for each
But for financial administration, there's the BioFairNet one where you can send.
Sorry, let me explain. Maybe for each project,
Okay.
dedicate financial reference,
For each
setting
partner.
reference,
For each
For each partner. Okay.
Okay, sure. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, my mind is.
So, for example, if you are sending a communication around concerning financial aspects, you want to make sure that all financial
People,
officers of the project know. Yeah.
in the loop.
Okay. So we
can share with you a file that we have on another project, which
Yes.
is quite effective, so you can use the same.
where we can add the roles and the names of the persons.
Which is something we did more or less in drafting of the project.
So
but
we
yeah.
can check in consideration
We
what
just
we
need
need.
to update it. Which also means anybody who did not receive emails these days, aside from Jerome, which I know you're changing your email, please raise your hand because Sebastian was not involved in the mailing list. Anybody, please? Well,
I'm already in. So.
You're already at it. Anybody else who did not receive emails or feels like they're not included? Okay, you're all happy. Good. And no more points. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So
sorry.
share.
A group picture,
Yes. Outside or maybe.
I would suggest to do it here in order to have the background of the.
with BioFairNet.
And we can also do one tonight with a better landscape.
So, you know, the dinner is at Ristorante La Bersagliera restaurant. It is close to the sea, close to the, come si chiama? Castel del Lovo Castle. I think we sent a mail with the Google Map. Gliel'abbiamo mandato? Sì. Ah. No, we must send. You didn't have. We must send an email with. We will send an email with the location. Ok? È lo stesso di luglio. Diventa complicato.
Please take a picture here.
Okay, now we will send you the mail with for the dinner.
È giusto, è questo, sì.
È questo.
Ho detto ti mi fa venire un cocio. Io ti ho pure creduto
So we wait for you there, directly there at 8 o'clock. Okay? Okay, this is, I don't know if Armando will share the Google Map coordinates. I hope.
Tra l'altro il background che c'era stamattina.
Ah, perfetto, ok. No, perché pensavo non ci fosse, quindi mi stavo adagiando come sono abituata.
Le note le hai salvate? Asia, hai salvato le note?
Cosa ho fatto?
Hai salvato le note?
No, non l'ho salvato, infatti, ecco vedi, i miei neuroni che non... o lo copy incolli a un'email a Marina,
Okay.
o a Maria, qualcuno che ci fa...
Final note.
Final remarks, così almeno notes, perché
Questo
sono
è?
più altri punti di lavoro.
So, we forget Laura. Laura, Jerome and Mario, if you are still
Sì,
there.
posso, perché questo...
Okay.
Bye bye. See you in next meeting in presence. But I think
End
you
of June,
go.
right?
Ah, you are there. Okay. Do you have questions, Laura?
No. You said next meeting could be end of June, right?
Okay. Thank you and bye bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye!
Posso? Ok, ciao.
Ah vabbè, sul retro dice...
Apri una slide con lo sfondo per...
No, avevamo proprio quella a schermo pieno, non so dove l'abbiano messa. Vabbè.
Magari lo screenshot, No?
No, non credo.
Ok, niente.
Vabbè,
Nella cartella
vediamo
magari l'ho salvato
slide.
dentro, no?
No, vabbè, mettiamo
Work
V+1.
package one? The work package one magari, but they had a nice version of it.
Scusatemi.
They were doing the nice thing.
L'agenda forse.
We tried to work